X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is good to see all of you guys after my day off. I hope you all have been doing really well. I see Water is here. Dan Share, good to see you. Both in FF14 and in stream chat. Insert creative user, what's up? Puppy from Los Andes, how are you? Orthus Dork, how are you? Rob36, what's up? Lord Dracula and Zoomy Dog, I hope you're doing well. Penguin, welcome to the stream. Seems you're new. Shoten LLC, welcome back. Ryoma, good to see you. Hawkon, nice to have you in chat. Welcome. Jared the Rabbit, what's up? Cleaver120, good to see you. Lucky Otter, how are you? Nyaplian, hello. Dumb Cat Girl, good to see you. Little Morphine Annie, good to see you as well. Minimum Volts, thank you for coming. Dark Canuck over in YouTube chat, hello. Skeptical Squid, welcome. Senko Toast and Nina. Hello, hello, hello. So guys, today is, I believe, day 2. It's either day 2 or 3 of the channel resuming our normal schedule of 3 uploads per day and me streaming 2 times, like 2 days in a row, then a day off, and then 2 days in a row, then a day off. And obviously, yesterday was my day off. That came after 3 straight days of streams. And the reason for that was I wanted to get us kicked off with the triple uploads, which meant I needed to stream 3 days straight and do a whole bunch of segments to get a whole bunch of videos prepared to, you know, get that triple uploads per day started off. So I managed to produce 14 segments, 14 videos worth of segments in those 3 days. Yesterday was my, like, resting period while the, you know, Cherry, you know, edits and gets the videos all scheduled. And now we're resuming the normal schedule. So today I will be live. I'm going to try every stream. I will be doing a minimum, unless I get sick or there's an emergency, I will be doing a minimum of 6 topics, 6 segments, 6 videos, right? This is necessary to sustain 3 uploads a day. And the reason why I want to stick to 3 uploads a day is because it is the YouTube meta to upload as much as possible. If I push myself, I can sustain it. I know people are worried about me burning myself out. Trust me, it won't be an issue. I enjoy doing this, and I have ADHD. It's really just as simple as that. If you know, you know. Burnout's not really a worry. So, with that in mind, it's grind time. So I'll be live today, and I'll be live tomorrow. So make sure you set it on your calendars. I'm going to try to go live earlier and earlier, but what determines how early I go live these days is usually how quickly I can gather the topics I want to cover, because, you know, I put them in the title of the stream. True, free Palestine. Hi there, that thing in Unit B. Keldo Head, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate it. Says Cornell West took donations from Harlan Crow. Nice meme. I don't even know what that means, but thank you for the $2. Kind super chat, my friend. To be honest, with ADHD, being procrastinated is way worse than burnout. Yeah, I mean, for me, with my, like, the way that my brain works is the second I've pushed myself into doing the thing I don't feel like doing, I'm on a roll, you know, and there's, you know, I just do it. So as long as I just push through the procrastination. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $10 donation. How kind of you. Thank you so much. Very, very based of you. Said, can you cover this unhinged shit? What is this? No. I clicked into Vosh's stream earlier today and saw a glimpse of it, and I will not cover that video. No, it's incoherent. It's cringe. That guy's videos are genuinely, like, poison to my heart. And I just don't. I just don't wanna. He dog whistled the effing sea slurs, Anderhall. He does a lot of, like, racist dog whistles, yeah. He likes to do that. And when Minimum Bolt says sea slur, he does not mean cunt. Good day, I just found the channel like a week ago and it's been interesting. Oh, well, welcome. I hope you're enjoying it. I've been getting a lot of new people lately. Like a lot of new people in the comments that are discovering the channel, and people who are not necessarily discovering it for the first time, but becoming fans after stumbling on the channel, say, a year plus ago, maybe a little less, disliking my content because they disagreed with me, having a little bit of a political journey since that point, and then returning to the channel to re-comment. Like, maybe they left a hate comment a year ago, they leave a positive comment now, like, with a bit of their character development. Yeah. I've been getting a lot more of those comments on the channel lately. I like to see it. A lot of the Andrew Tate Zoomers are growing up and growing out of it. It's going to start slow and slowly ramp up, and you're going to start to see a lot more posts from, like, kids that, you know, people who were kids when, like, watching Andrew Tate, who are now young adults or are going to be young adults, embarrassedly posting about when they were a dumb Andrew Tate viewer on social media. So glad my brother isn't a tater tot. Yeah, I can imagine, like, a lot of you guys having some pretty rough dynamics with siblings, particularly younger male siblings who fall down that rabbit hole. Hot damn, 210 people watching. That's a lot of people to watch right now. Isn't Vosh live? Oh, I don't think he is anymore. Oh, nice. Cool, cool. Welcome, everybody. He just ended. That's good timing on my part. I just thought 3 would be a good time to go live. I like hearing that, insert creative user. Kevin Maurer, thank you for the $5 donation. That's so kind of you. With a little $5 sticker thing. I don't know what that is. Is that like a super sticker super chat? Is it like your channel's 5-year birthday? Well, whatever that is, cool. Nice. Would you rather wash silverware for 24 hours or pots and pans for 24 hours? Silverware. Okay, because hear me out. I can get pretty fast with that shit, okay? You get one of those, like, classic cheap sponges that's, like, yellow on one side, green on the other with, like, the coarse and then the smooth. And you just, like, basically turn that into a fleshlight with your hand. And you just kind of, like, you just jerk off the silverware pretty much with soap and water. And you can, like, in 3 or 4 strokes, have a spotless piece of silverware, no matter what it is. Even forks. It works with forks, too. If there's shit, like, really solid, like, hard shit between the spokes, you can use this, like, smoother side that bends a little bit more. But generally, that'll do it. And then run it under hot water, you know, as, like, a little rinse afterwards. It's gonna have soap on it. But yeah, you just do that. Like, you're not gonna be straining your arms, like, just trying to rip the grease and grime off of pots and pans that is, like, burned on. Yeah, as far as the dishes game goes, silverware's better. It sucks to have to wash silverware because there's so much of it when you do the dishes, right? But assuming we're doing 24 hours worth of dishes and that's just what I have to do and I have to choose, then I'd rather do the less physically demanding one. Zan, I do demand that you talk about your thoughts on the Dragon Song War and FF14 some point in the stream. Also, everyone should join the free company. I am currently, I believe, 90% of the way done with Heaven's Word. I did the Dragon Song War, and my reaction was that scene from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Frank Reynolds is in the theater, and he's crying, and it's zooming in on his face, and he says, "I get it. I finally get it." And that was me, like, finally understanding the level of praise that this game gets. And apparently I do not understand it, because it just gets way, way better from here. And the parts that people talk about being critically acclaimed are well ahead, like, well, I've got a while to go before I get to those parts. So it's a bit like getting into Breaking Bad and being in Season 2 and being like, this is so fucking good! And being like, and your friends are like, who've already seen the show are like, you don't even know, bro. You don't even know. Zan, you are just starting on the emotional roller coaster. Wait till you hit Shadowbringers. So here's the question, chat. Assuming I've got the energy today, would you guys want me to stream the ending of Heaven's Word? I'm bent, or not bent, I'm, what's the term for it? I'm mixed on doing that because I don't want to spoil it for people who are considering joining, because holy shit, that's pretty far into the game to spoil for people. And then, yeah. And then on top of that, I don't know how many people here like FF14. I don't know. Good luck with the knife, the search for a knife, that one, Luna. I hope you get one. Pepper T21, thank you for the additional $10 donation. So kind of you. Thank you so much. Remember, guys, if you're watching and you want to support me, you don't even have to donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to help the channel. For completely free, you can just hit the like button. It takes half a second and costs less than a calorie, and it forces YouTube to push my content out to my own and new viewers that may discover the channel through the algorithms, so please consider hitting the like button. I know it doesn't seem like much, even for your one single like, but it really does mean a lot and goes a long way. So seriously, you know, maybe consider hitting the button. You know, maybe hit the button. Anyway, let's check out the video Pepper221 sent. It's an animation. It's called Mario and Luigi Super Anime Brothers. Oh no. Oh, brother.
Yeah. What? What?
Oh, he's
Mario,
fucking
no,
dead.
help me, Mario! Mario! Mario, no!
Oh, Luigi! Luigi!
Luigi!
Okay, this is pretty good.
Mario!
I guess this is farewell, brother. I'll leave the rest to you.
Thank you, brother. Oh, Nani?
Oi, oi. I didn't think you'd actually jump in after me, brother. I must say, I'm touched. I've got to admit, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat. I know that better than anyone. But with EGAD's latest invention, I knew I could finally execute my plan. You were always the fastest and bravest, brother. But you weren't the smartest, and the smartest always win. Now it's time for a new era. An era of Luigi. It's Luigi time!
It's so good that it sounds like an anime dub voice actor, you know? Like there's always like a certain range of like type of voice they always cast for the male like voiced characters in anime dubs in English, and these guys have it nailed.
Mario?
Luigi, you fool. You thought I wouldn't
God.
notice? When you came back from EGAD last night, I saw a glint in your eye. Oh, and it was a sinister glint indeed, Luigi. I always knew this number
So how many times is it gonna happen?
2 stuff was getting to you, and it was only a matter of time before you would do something about it. So right before we left for our adventure, I threw Cappy on a man who looked very much like me. The fact that you didn't notice the difference was your blunder, Luigi. You were a good brother, but you should have always stayed in the shadows where you belong.
Luigi?
Number 1, number 2. Do you even realize what it's like to be born as a number 2 to a number 2? The things you made me do, Luigi. Go through spikes, jump in pits, and that drain pipe. That one was the worst of all. But now it's time for you to suffer, Luigi! Suffer like I have! What? What's so funny?
Do it.
Are they're having a fusion? Okay. Very good. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Pepper T21. They had a fusion. Alrighty. God. You guys have been so kind today. Thank you all for coming out. With that said, I think it's about time for us to start our segments. Let me get the first one prepped. That's right, guys. I'm not even making y'all wait too long. No overextended stream warm-up session today. Alrighty. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about some real electoral type politics right now, okay? You see, the Republican Party and the politicians that exist within it almost all overwhelmingly have the same large group of people writing up their lines and telling them what to focus on as far as issues are concerned in order to try to get voters. Now, as we all know, a lot of, that has been influenced by what is currently culturally relevant in the culture war shit online. But because of this, when things leak from these organizations that feed Republican politicians their lines, it gives a very strong indication to us on the left, if we're smart enough to find it and, act on it, what their next course of action is. And time again, people have pointed out that the Republicans' next course of action, particularly with the Supreme Court majority they currently hold, is to go after reproductive rights as a whole. This goes from abortion to your rights to access contraception. My nose is very itchy right now. They're also responsible for every single time your nose has ever itched at an inconvenient time. They are also the ones behind that. See, look, they're doing it again. They don't want me talking about it. So, let me elaborate. I've been talking a lot lately about this issue, and there's a reason why. I am currently working with a group called Progressive Victory, which is currently fighting the Republican Party on the issue of contraceptive rights in several states where the Republicans are outright attempting to wage war on your rights on that issue. Now, they are also working with the Democratic Party, which means they have access to information about what the Republicans are planning that the average person doesn't. So, with that in mind, I now have access to that information. We now know what the Republican Party is looking to do. It's not like this is a secret plan by any means. The Republicans have been kinda telegraphed about it for a while now. I mean, especially their public figures. Which is why you're going to see a lot more stories like this in the news. And this is a good news story. This should make you happy. Legislative Black Caucus to announce plans for legislation to ensure access to contraception. The Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus will announce its intent to file a bill protecting Mississippians' right to contraception at the state capitol Friday morning. You see, your right to access contraception is by no means in any way legally protected, necessarily, which is something the Republicans are taking advantage of, which is why on this issue in particular, it requires so much proactive effort on the part of the Democrats and on the part of people who vote for them. That's why Progressive Victory is so important, because they are actively allowing you guys to have a way of doing something about it, of being productive about it. That being, if you do !PV in my website chat, you can click the link, you can volunteer for them. Many of the things they can have you do don't even require you to leave your house, so check them out. Vosh talked about that, Alabama election, that's awesome. The proposed bill will be filed in January when the state legislature convenes, according to a press release sent out by Americans for Contraception. The group also released a television ad Thursday night encouraging Mississippians to demand Governor Tate Reeves clarify his stance on contraception. Reeves in the past has refused to rule out contraceptive bans or even define what he considers contraception versus abortion-inducing pills and devices. Mississippians know what's best for their health and their families. Representative Chris Bell, Democrat from Jackson, and chair of the Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus, said in a press release, "Women and their partners deserve to feel confident about access to birth control, including condoms, IUDs, the pill, patches, emergency contraception, the ring, all of it. We refuse to give Republicans the opportunity to make healthcare decisions for us, and that's why we're announcing the intent to file a Right to Contraception Act in Mississippi." The proposed Mississippi bill will be modeled after a North Carolina bill that is pending, according to an Americans for Contraceptive representative. The bill says the state has no legitimate governmental interest in limiting people's right to use contraception to prevent pregnancy. After the fall of Roe v. Wade in June of last year, remember guys, the Republicans have already succeeded on this issue, and I already did a segment that's going to be coming out soon on the channel about the Alliance Defending Freedom, the lawyer organization that is behind not only the fall of Roe v. Wade, but like a hot streak of Republican wins in the courts as of late. They are on a massive winning streak. They have a lot of money and a lot of power and a lot of influence. The federal constitutional right to contraception became a topic of national discussion. After the fall of Roe v. Wade, June of last year, the federal constitutional right to contraception became a topic of national discussion. U.S. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas called on the Supreme Court to review Griswold v. Connecticut, the landmark decision in which the court ruled that married couples have the right to access contraception. Soon after, 195 Republican members of the U.S. Congress, including every Mississippi Republican in the House, voted against the Right to Contraception Act. See, it's not really a secret what the plan is. Which would have codified the right to contraception under federal law. Since then, some state legislatures have introduced bills to restrict access to contraceptives or allowed health providers to refuse to provide or cover contraception. The Dobbs ruling made access to contraception more critical in Mississippi, which has one of the country's highest rates of unplanned pregnancy and maternal mortality and the highest rate of infant mortality. The mission of Americans for Contraception is to protect Americans' rights to contraception. Since it was launched in 2022, the group has made efforts to help pass the Right to Contraception Act in states like North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Arizona, where lawmakers and state senators are working to secure nationwide access to contraception, including long-acting, reversible contraception like IUDs. You see, Republicans are demons, and they want to ensure a very particular type of societal norm that they have deemed to be best for everybody. Well, that's not exactly right. It really depends on the Republican, or I should say broadly, because that's more of a political party than identification. It depends on the conservative you're talking to. If you're talking to one of the many useful idiots that vote Republican in this country, they have been convinced that a traditional, like, stereotypical, glorified 1950s white picket fence lifestyle being lived by as many Americans as possible, particularly white Americans, will lead to the highest degree of happiness and success and prosperity for us and the country as possible. But this, of course, includes things such as the man of the house, as they would call it, being the essentially paternal leader of the pack, so to say. They would have complete say. We recently went over the story of J.F. Garrieppi's missing wife and how he went on a big rant about how husbands need more control of their wives and what they're allowed to do, legally speaking. Many conservatives agree with this thought process. They think they should control their wives almost like a modern-day slave. And in many conservative households, they just voluntarily live out that exact lifestyle. And it goes without saying, but the children, of course, are meant to be, you know, the property of their fathers, you know, until they have reached, if it's a boy, then until they've reached adulthood. If it's a girl, until the father has, you know, deemed a potential suitable suitor for his daughter. In which case, he is allowed, he can then give her virginity away to that man in question. That's a very, you know, simplistic idea of what they want, but a lot of these useful idiots that vote Republican, they believe this is what's best for everyone, and they have genuinely been convinced by very well-paid and admittedly very charismatic demagogues that this will make them happy. Granted, many of the people convinced of this fall out of it fairly fast once they realize that none of the solutions conservative demagogues, you know, present them actually work or do anything. Like, how long can you be told hating women and being red-pilled will solve your problems and it not, before you start to realize that you're just kind of barking up the wrong tree? Many go too far to ever be turned back, to be fair, but many don't. Most don't, I feel. Then, of course, you've got the liars, the people who are not useful idiots, but the ones using the useful idiots. These are people who recognize full well that there is no better future to be had in the past. They just want to impose suffering and line their own wallets. You've got the conservative grifters who don't believe a damn word they say, that are just trying to farm money off of a very relatively wealthy demographic, because while yes, it is true most conservative-leaning people in this country are not super wealthy and not very well educated, most Trump supporters, who are the ones most embroiled in online culture war stuff, are actually upper middle class to even, like, upper class, quite wealthy, which means they've got money to buy merchandise like Louder Than Crowder mugs and big Trump flags and, you know, spend tons of money on Bud Light cans and then shoot them in their backyard for a video. They very much target their videos and their propaganda towards that demographic because they just want to line their own their pockets. Matt Walsh is a good example, of course, yeah. And so with that in mind, I think it's important to know that you've got a very deep and well-constructed opposition that has been built to try to destroy your rights to something as fundamental as, like, being able to buy a condom. Like, come on. You do not want these people to be able to control whether or not you can have a pregnancy or cannot, and then also to be able to determine whether or not you are allowed to terminate that pregnancy. They are against the concept of being allowed to have premarital casual sex. They will ban it if they can, and this is not the first step, but one of many steps towards banning it, if they are allowed to succeed in this respect. Now, if you want to fight against it and you want to do something, and you're anywhere near as motivated to stop these guys as they are to take away your rights, then consider checking out this link. Sign up for some work with Progressive Victory. You don't even have to leave your house or anything in order to work with them. Please, go volunteer. Go at least check out the website, you know? Click the link and look at their FAQ or something. They're really good. They're a good organization. They're doing good shit. It's a very, very based thing to be actively working with major political parties and figures to try and fight for the rights of people who are having their rights attacked by the Republicans. I think we can all agree that that is an organization that deserves some more people power behind it, you know? So check out the link. It's in the description of the video when this goes out on YouTube as well. How do you like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yes, you have to be an American. You have to be American. You have to have American citizenship and live in America. It's America. It's a law. You're not allowed to participate. Like, legally, foreign entities cannot participate in American political campaigns. The same reason why Trump was doing what Trump was doing was illegal with Russia, because Russia was overtly working with Trump's campaign. Scottish here, but of course we can still recommend it to American friends who should be watching this, but hey, we can't be all be winners. Thank you, I appreciate that. Definitely just, like, disseminate the link and tell people who you think might be interested in volunteering as well to check it out, because the more the merrier. I don't want to lose my contraceptive rights, because they're going at this shit federally. It doesn't matter what state you live in if they get your rights taken away on a federal level. Wait, shouldn't Democrats play dirty knowing that Republicans already play dirty? Not necessarily play dirty, but I will say the fact that Progressive Victory is doing what they're doing and is, like, reaching out to content creators to help bring in volunteers and stuff is in and of itself a sign the Democratic Party is improving. The Democratic Party for a while now has been behind the Republicans in regards to the working with content creators. Do you know how many right-wing YouTubers are downright friends with right-wing politicians? Brendan Herrera, the big gun YouTuber with millions of subs, literally testified to Congress with Marjorie Taylor Greene and their buddies. That is the level of, like, interlocked the Republican Party is now with internet culture and internet figures that like advocate for their policy and their figures. The Democratic Party is seemingly finally catching up to that and reaching out to, well, not directly, but, you know, in a sort of distanced way, reaching out to content creators online and actually doing something similar to what the Republicans have done, but obviously in the much more honest and appropriate way the Democrats have always done things compared to the Republicans. People have been funding ways to make contraceptives for thousands of years, or finding ways. They don't ban contraceptives, they ban reliable contraceptives, and of course increase the number of unwanted children. Yes, of course, there will be contraceptives, they just won't be as safe or reliable. And they don't care. They love maximizing death. To find out a bunch of people died in the morning, like to wake up in the morning and find out tons of people have died, is every Republican's wet dream. I actually have the perfect topic for us to segue into off of the one that we just did. Remember, guys, if you're watching, be sure to hit the like button on YouTube. It really means a lot. You can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website as well, buy merch, or even super chat on YouTube. But no matter what, just being here is always appreciated. But you could hit the like button. The like button... It's pretty Giga Chad to hit the like button. Layla Spellwind, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. I'm going to assume it's a 1-monther. Thank you for the $5. Said, been watching you since before I started watching Vosh. I should probably subscribe. Have some money, Heart. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy my content. Welcome to the site. Wait, merch? Where's my Xander Hall X pillow? Oh yeah, Hash. We got merch. Yeah. In my link of my YouTube stream. You can go down to the description, and I've got a merch tab, or a merch link. Let me see. It should still be active. Sometimes Streamlabs, like, forces me to verify it after, like, a year or something, so it might have been a while. There's a chance it doesn't work anymore, because no one's bought merch in a hot minute. Yeah, no, my merch store is completely up. Yeah, no, it's all good. We got a Xander Hall logo t-shirt, Xander Hall Booba shirt, which is a sports bra. I don't know why you could do merch sports bras as one of the templates on there, but you can, so I called it a Booba shirt. Xander Hall long sleeve shirt, a Xander Hall hat, a Xander Hall mug, and then my favorite, the I Was Radicalized by Minecraft t-shirt. You guys don't see the link? Here, it's in the description of my live stream on YouTube, but here's the link directly to my merch. There you guys go. If anybody wants to buy themselves some merch. I want the Xander Hall X pillow. I don't know where I got those pillows. I think I might have had to get them special ordered online. I genuinely don't remember where I got those from. The Xander Hall X pillows, but I know I have them somewhere. They might be in California. My mom might have them back in California. Republicans from the US seem to have a hand in some Irish political groups that are very much against what has been voted on in the last 4 or so years. Interesting. God, my nose be itching today. The sports bra looks pretty cool, actually. Nice. Get the Booba shirt. It's based. Alright, everybody. Oh, first, let me update the dono goal. How forgetful of me, guys. I haven't updated the dono goal. You guys have been so kind so far. You've donated 25 bucks collectively this far, and I haven't updated it. How could I be such a fool? Oh yeah, by the way, the day after tomorrow, I think I'm going to do a gaming stream, despite it being my day off, and we are going to resume... God, my nose needs to chill the fuck out. We are going to resume Destroy All Humans 2 Remake. We're gonna finish that up. I'd say aliens are a pretty spooky, Halloween-y topic. You know, we can make that sort of work thematically with October. And then we're gonna finish Dead Space Remake for some real horror. And then for the Halloween streams, we're gonna be playing through the Resident Evil 4 remake. I've never even played Resident Evil 4, so I've heard amazing things about it for years and years. God, my nose, what is going on with this itch? It's like this little area right here just won't stop itching. You could play Phasma with fans. I haven't played it in so long. I'm so out of practice. I need to warm up with some friends off stream first. It's epic. Also get the Separate Ways DLC. Okay, sure. I'll buy whatever is like the max edition on Steam. But you guys got to donate so I can afford it, because I am, you know, I am not a big streamer, guys. I don't make that much money. Anyway. God, my nose. What the fuck? Ice might help with the itch. I don't know where. I don't have ice. I don't know where to get it. It's not snowing yet. Is it snowing outside? Nope. Clear as can be. Hold on, let me see. Seattle weather. Yep, no snow anytime soon. God, I'm so excited for it to snow. I've never lived anywhere where it's snowed, and I've never seen snow for any prolonged period of time. It's always been like maybe a day whenever I'd be on a trip somewhere that had it. So to live somewhere where it's gonna snow, and not only that, but to be somewhere, but for it to be on Christmas somewhere where it will be snowy. Presumably it'll be snowy on Christmas. Oh my God. It's gonna be a first. I've never done a snow angel. I've never had a snowball fight. I've never made an igloo. It's been snowing late these past few years? No. Does it rain over there as often as they say? Nope. No, it does not rain as much as I honestly expected. It's literally there's not a cloud in the sky right now. Like, if I look outside, it's one of those days where it's literally just like a perfectly blue sky. I used to have this mold that made ice bricks for igloos. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I love snow. People keep saying, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it when you have to live in it. And I'm like, we'll see. People have said that many times about things that I ended up enjoying. Also, Zan, what's the green check mark mean? It just means that you're like a verified, notable person on the site. Like, you're known. I give it to people who are streamers or friends of mine. It means you're special. It's permanent. Unless I, like, manually remove it. Which I wouldn't do that. This might be an uncomfortable question, but there's a no alt account policy for the live chat I'm unaware of. When I was offline, I got banned from site chat. I'm not sure when, but I also got hidden from YouTube chat. I was called Puppy from the alt on site. Did you think I was an impersonator, or did I get too silly? I have an alt account because I don't trust my main on anything from other than my Chromebook, and my Chromebook gets annoying when it wants to. Yes, Puppy from the alt, I banned you manually because you did something pretty bad. How did you get unbanned? What was it? Somebody bring up Puppy from the alt. Not Puppy from Los Andes, but Puppy from the alt. Bring up their logs, but I think it might have been something they said in YouTube chat that was really stupid. And like a mean comment. Like a mean and wrong comment that was like insulting as fuck. Let's see. Nothing in chat. God, it was something. Well, you definitely got too silly, so watch your ass, okay? Because I don't remember. All I remember is I was pissed off about you and I banned you manually because of something you commented, I think, on YouTube. It was, like, really bad. Bad enough that I would be, like, that I remembered your name on site chat. Like, I remembered you from site chat, seeked out website, and banned you. I just can't remember what for. Anyway, you better be well behaved. With all that said, let's start our next segment, huh? You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, segueing perfectly off of the last segment we did, I've got an article here in regards to the Republicans' planned attacks on your abortion rights that should honestly terrify you. Glenn Youngkin thinks he has a Republican response to Democrats' abortion attacks. If it works, it could become the blueprint for the GOP and further elevate Youngkin's profile. Glenn Youngkin thinks he has an answer for Republicans on abortion. The Virginia GOP is trying to flip the script on an issue that has dogged Republicans for a year and a half. So far, Republicans have been doing their best to not talk about it, but now Youngkin is going after Democrats as extremists who don't support any restrictions. Republicans, the new campaign says, are the reasonable ones who back a ban after 15 weeks with exceptions for cases of rape, incest, and life of the mother. They are betting big on this new tactic. Republicans have recently launched a major $1.4 million ad buy to make that case in the final stretch of the campaign for control of the state legislature. That's right, guys. The Republicans' plan, and I have no doubt that many cronies within the media sphere that cover this, or that talk about abortion and back the Republicans' beliefs, are going to adopt this talking point as well. And I have no doubt you guys have already heard it. I certainly have. The idea that all they want to do is restrict abortion to no longer than after 15 weeks, or 16 weeks in some cases, they'll say. It kind of flip-flops, because they always reduce the amount of time. It used to be like 20 or 22. That they were willing to budge on, but now they always move the goalposts. They want to have absolute victory with no compromise, but they'll compromise in the meantime, and then they'll take that compromise away as soon as they get the chance, any way they can. So, yeah, pretty noticeable. That's been their new talking point. I have no doubt you guys have heard it too. Quote, the only issue that Democrats are running on is abortion, David Rexroad, the executive director of Youngkin's Spirit of Virginia PAC, said in an interview at the organization's offices in Richmond earlier this month. Quote, and so since they're running attack ads on abortion, we're going to respond on abortion. Republicans' goal is to neutralize Democrats' most powerful line of attack, even while focusing on topics like crime and the economy to try to win. If successful, it could provide a blueprint for a party that has struggled electorally since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. It was a mistake to cede the abortion issue to Democrats, Rexroad said. In just about every election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, Democrats have overperformed expectations, or Republicans largely looked to deflect and change the subject. But in a state of hyper-competitive legislative races that will be decided next month, Youngkin's political operation has adopted a messaging strategy on abortion that is almost polar opposite to what most Republicans tried in last year's midterms. For the first time in a long time, our candidates are being very focused on articulating the extreme position of where the Democrats are, quote, Rexroad said. That wasn't the case in 2022. The Republicans are finally acknowledging how badly they performed in 2022 and the fact that their methods of hardcore going after abortion and attacking trans people are not effective. They wasted a ton of money on those ads. They didn't work at all in the polls. Not only that, but as I've been saying, the Democrats performed in the midterms better than expectations, and their expectation was to do well. So with that in mind, the fact that the Republicans are catching up should kind of light a fire under our asses. Yes, they are losing, but this is like us winning a game. This is like winning a game with 2 points of a lead in CSGO. It's like, okay, yeah, you're in the lead, but they're about to start getting a lot of lose money to buy good gear, and they could very quickly bring it back if you're not careful. So that's what's happening here. They're getting into that area where they could potentially bring it back, because they've recognized the problem for their side, which is going so hard on abortion the way they have. So now they're rhetorically looking to change their strategy, which could very well bring a lot of people whose wedge issue is that the party they vote for has to be okay with abortion, or at least a little bit okay with abortion, over to voting Republican again. Xander Hall, this won't cut it. There's too many extremists in their base on the abortion issue. That's absolutely true. We'll have to see how this actually resonates with people. I feel like most people who are against abortion are either against it, like, outright, and not really, like, moderately against it. But to be fair, I've met and debated many people who hold the position that will be convinced by this rhetoric. There is no guarantee the gambit will work. Democrats have run hard on abortion since... My nose. It won't stop itching. The Republican nose itch laser is sighted right at me. Democrats have run hard on abortion since the Supreme Court ruled, and a year of elections have shown the depth of voters' anger over abortion has largely been directed at Republicans. Democrats in Virginia dismissed the GOP effort, arguing that voters have shown over and over again that Republicans can't be trusted on abortion. It's a big bet from Youngkin's operation, and should Virginia Republicans capture both legislative chambers next month, it could become a model for the party and bolster Youngkin's bid to project himself as a future leader of the GOP. The group launched a statewide ad this week that says Democrats are spreading disinformation about abortion. Quote, Virginia Republicans support a reasonable 15-week limit with exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother, the ad's narrator says. The ad goes on to assert that Democrats don't support any sort of limit on the procedure, ending with the kicker, quote, reasonable limits or no limits at all. That's the truth. Virginia's current law allows the procedure through the second trimester of pregnancy, and in rare cases in the third trimester if 3 doctors find that the woman's health is at risk. The group says it will put the money into TV buys and digital ads to run it through Election Day on November 7th. Gotta moisten up them lips, guys. In 2022, most of our candidates across the country did not message on the post-Dobbs environment. They in most states just didn't talk about it, said Rex Rode, who was the executive director of the Republican Governors Association at the time. Quote, they allowed millions of dollars to be spent without any proper counter-messaging. Still, Republicans' biggest attacks are over other issues. While they are attempting to disarm Democrats over abortion, Virginia Republicans have continued to hammer messages about crime and the economy. Crime has remained the #1 issue Republicans have talked about in advertising, according to data from the ad tracker Ad Impact, with the GOP running nearly 3 times as many television ads that mention crime compared with abortion since the primaries. Both parties are seeking any edge to win with both legislative chambers next month. And Democrats have once again made abortion their top issue by far. Democrats currently have a narrow majority in the state Senate, while Republicans have a slim House majority. State House majority, I should clarify. They won off Youngkin's coattails in 2021, despite Democrats' then theoretical warnings at the time about the looming fall of Roe. So it seems like Youngkin is actually a pretty, reasonable threat to, the rights to people's access to abortion. A University of Mary Washington survey last month found that 40% of people who said they'd prefer a Democratic majority in the legislature and 37% a Republican one. So that's a strong majority. Republicans argue Virginians are on their side. The recent ad barrage cites the Mary Washington survey saying 69% support, quote, some limits on abortion. That number includes those who said they believe abortion should be, quote, legal in most cases. Democrats, meanwhile, quickly dismissed Youngkin's effort as doomed to fail. The past year's worth of elections, they say, show how abortion remains a winning issue for Democrats, and no amount of counter-messaging will change that. I hope the Democratic Party doesn't get too confident on that. Quote, I think they think that it's the silver bullet here, said Matt Caldron, the campaign's director for Virginia State Democrats. Quote, I do know that the Republicans don't have a lot of trust on the issue of abortion with voters, and they can say all they want, but they've lost credibility. That is a pretty good case. A lot of people are just generally pro-abortion rights principally, and will never vote Republican because of that, but you don't need ads to convince them. They're just already going to vote blue no matter who. Democrats rode a wave of abortion attacks to better than expected midterm results, and a series of 2023 special elections in which they have outperformed President Joe Biden's 2020 margins. One of those was in Virginia. Democrat Aaron Roos flipped a state Senate seat in January that both anti-abortion and pro-abortion rights groups flooded with cash. Virginia Democrats point to a different read of the polling. While the ad frames voters who said abortion should be legal in most cases as supporting limits, Democrats point out that a majority of Virginians support the procedure being legal in most or all cases, and a majority of voters said the Supreme Court decision will be a major factor in deciding their vote for a legislative election in the Mary Washington survey. Well, one thing to keep track of, though, is that data and polling can be fucky in regards to how you derive a conclusion from it. So on one hand, one poll may say, do you support abortions being allowed up until 15 weeks, but with exclusions for rape, incest, etc., etc., etc.? That question may get much less positive support from a poll than a question that basically means the same thing. So it can be kind of fucky, because like with these polling things, the amount of specificity used in the questions can have massive differences in what people actually answer, which is why it's always seemed like America is so weirdly divided politically. And it is quite divided politically. Democrats across the country continue to lean heavily on abortion and ad messaging this year. That's especially true in Virginia. It is easily Democrats' most advertised topic, according to ad impact data. More than double the second most popular issue, education. Democrats argue Republicans are being duplicitous and would look to push a shorter ban than 15 weeks if they take control. Oh, absolutely they would, yes. Abortion is absolutely on the ballot this year, Amy Friedman, the executive director of the Virginia State House Democratic Caucus, said. We know they want an abortion ban, and we know that Virginians and Americans don't. My nose is absolutely popping off with the itchiness today. Anyway, yes, absolutely true, and a very based statement from Amy Friedman here. The Republicans are basically goalpost movers. They will take whatever they can get because their core tenet to their movement is winning. And so if it means like a 40% win, they'll take it. They will take it. There's no like necessary, like there's no cream necessary. It's literally just like my nose hairs have grown out too much and I need to pluck them again. I'm not even joking, that's what it is. Yes, and you know what? The Republicans also want to take away your right to trim your nose hairs so they don't bother your nose all the time. So, as I've been saying for most of the stream today, if you want to maybe join an organization that is actively fighting to protect your rights for access to contraception, and obviously through keeping Republicans out of office, by extension, the right to access abortion, then consider reaching out to and working with Progressive Victory. You guys are already spamming the link in chat. Progressive Victory is a really good organization. I've been working with them for a couple months now. I believe in what they're fighting for, and they seem to believe in what I'm fighting for, so that's why we're working together. So consider hitting that link and Volunteering. Even if you don't like leaving your house, they probably have something for you to do, like phone banking, where you can just kind of, you know, over the phone, just call in. It's pretty based. Anyway, if you're as motivated to protect your rights as the Republicans are to destroy them, then you should really reach out to Progressive Victory, because they're exactly the people who can get you in the place you need to be to actually do something about it outside of just casting a vote, you know, once every 2 years in the midterms and in the general elections. What about our rights to trim our nose hairs? Exactly. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that stream. Or not that stream. My god, that segment. I think it came out pretty damn good. Thank you, Layla Spellwind. I appreciate it. Zan, I'm playing FF14 right now. The crafting system is great. Hey, you want to hear something crazy, by the way? You can literally do every single crafting and gathering profession on the same character, and every single class, like fighting class, on the same character as well. The idea of FF14 is that there are no ults. Everything you can do in the game, you can do on one single character. So yeah, I hope you're enjoying that. Yeah, it's dope. Yes, it is. It is most dope. And if you're interested in joining my Final Fantasy XIV free company, by the way, !FC in my website chat will bring up a link to the Discord server. I always love seeing a big flood of people join the free company Discord. We've already got like hundreds of people in there at this point, so the more the merrier, because it's just a great time. I think there's a watch party of the stream happening in there right now, so consider hopping in. Ugh, itchy nose. I was literally in there just last night hanging out with people, so seriously. Hop in there. Get in there. For those that are worried about the cost of getting into Final Fantasy XIV, you should know it is free. Let me see what the... What's the meme again? Oh god, my nose. It'll go away. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 on all of the classes and professions that you can play, by the way, with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. And then here's the link if you want to sign up and register and stuff. But you should join my Discord for the free company first. You should do it. You should do it. You should do it. You should join. You should get into it. It's really good. It's really good. I am a stan now. God, my nose really... I think I might just get my nose removed with surgery, guys. Just outright remove it. How can one be so itchy? How can I scratch the itch so many times and nothing happen? Stormblood has been my orc surname in WoW for RP for like a decade before they released that expansion, and now people keep messaging me and asking if I stole it from FF14. Well, you got the name first. People probably want to buy it on WoW, to be honest. Hey, Swegta. I've seen you online before. You're a big person. Says, hi Xanderhall, we should talk on stream sometime. Wish you the best. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's so kind of you. Yeah, I'm down to have you on stream at some point. I've got a little bit of a packed schedule for today's stream with so many topics lined up for me, but we can definitely schedule something if you add me on Discord. My Discord username is just Xanderhall, just straight up. I yoinked the username on Discord when they did the whole name thing, the whole name update. Yeah, Swegta is in chat. I've never known how to pronounce it. I'm sorry, but I've seen Swegta many times. On YouTube and on Twitter and what have you. Oh wow, my YouTube is like scuffed. That's interesting. Load. There we go. Nice. Well, hopefully you enjoy the stream. It's always nice having another big YouTuber here. Let's see. Let me go ahead and get the next segment queued up, and then we'll read some donos. check in on chat for a moment. Rob36, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. I assume that's a 1-monther. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for the $5. Says, now I'm blue. Dabba-dee dabu-da. Thank you. I appreciate it. You are correct in your pronunciation. I'm a boomer at Discord. Can you DM me on Twitter? We follow each other, so it should work. So here's the thing about my Twitter account. I may have told a lolicon who is a Nazi to, themselves, and I have been permanently banned from Twitter for quite some time now. I've sent maybe 100 requests to get unbanned, but Elon knows who I am and does not like me, so he has shot every single one down. I don't even have the option anymore to send appeals for my ban now. Like, they've straight up removed the button that lets you send appeals, unless Twitter's just broken. So, yeah. I'm quite fucked in that department. Yeah, Elon Musk is defending his lolicon friends. We all know about the pictures of him and Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Daughter of Water, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to Olive Bites, presumably a 1-monther, correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for the $10. That really does mean a lot to me and does go a long way, seriously. Thank you so much. I hope they enjoy the gifted sub. I'll go ahead and update the dono goal really fast. That should be, yep, $40 so far today. Thank you, guys. So kind of you. So kind. Yeah, I had a bit of a gamer moment, okay? I have a vid, Xander Hall? Well, Daughter of Water, it'll have to wait at least until after this segment, my friend. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy, hearing this name sure was a unfortunate and unpleasant blast from the past. You see, my familiarity with this guy basically is limited to what I would hear about him from old, like, back in the golden days, Destiny content. This guy was a regular in right-wing Bloodsport spheres, both as a, person to debate and as someone to defend in debates. Yeah, that's right. We're talking about Amos Yee. Singaporean Amos Yee released from U.S. prison on parole after serving time for sex-related offenses. You see, Amos Yee was a out and proud pedophile in the internet community for years and years and years. And he was quite big within the anti-SJW sphere because he himself was an anti-SJW. He was against SJW-isms. He was very much a provocateur and liked to trigger people who, held certain religious beliefs. And so the right loved him, despite the fact that he was just an open pedophile. And once I show you an image of his mugshot, you'll immediately recognize him if you've ever seen him before. Despite being a very open and known pedophile, he didn't even deny it. The anti-SJW sphere loved him and defended him and his right to be a pedo and advocate for pedoism on YouTube. One of the biggest, I believe, was Sargon. I think that the Andy Worski sphere would regularly platform him as well. He was just kind of this known pedophile that the anti-SJW alt-right sphere online would prop up because they are pro-pedophilia. But then he actually got charged with it, and they all distanced themselves because his whole thing was the idea of that he was a pedophile who wasn't acting on it, I guess, but was also championing it online. So obviously he was planning on or acting on it. So yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, clearly the leftists are the one that want to harm children. Clearly. Singaporean Amos Yi was released on parole on Saturday, October 7th, halfway through his 6-year jail term in the US for grooming a teenage girl online and asking her for naked pictures of herself. Yi, 24 years old, was sentenced on December 3rd, 2021, after pleading guilty to charges of grooming and possessing child pornography. 16 other charges were dismissed as part of a plea deal that Yi had agreed to. His jail term was backdated to his arrest in October 2020. For those that don't know, that's not like having dismissed a bunch of charges as like just here you go, we're just dismissing the charges for fun. When it comes to federal charges, oftentimes they will heap on a ton of extra charges that you might not have even done, regardless of your guilt, as a way of scaring you into taking the plea deal. Because, you know, federal charges have like a 97% successful conviction rate, so you don't usually challenge them. You just immediately go with the plea deal and don't even bother challenging. And there you go. That's probably why he got the lesser sentence, because he took the plea deal. Because the alternative was fighting an unwinnable, much larger charge. Like, obviously he was grooming kids, but they would have thrown in some extra stuff there to super scare him into taking the plea deal. Am I talking about Andrew Tate? No, I'm talking about Amos Yi, a different pedophile who's been championed by the right for much longer. His projected release date was October 8th, 2026, but he was released about 3 years early after his parole hearing on Friday. Listen, I'm all in favor of, like, reformative justice and all that, but I think it's pretty bad that the kid who leaked Grand Theft Auto 6 got more years in prison than we give the vast majority of sex criminals whose victims were children. Like, that feels wrong, right? Yeah. Like, just a bit wrong. Just a little bit, maybe. The Illinois Department of Corrections did not reveal the conditions of his parole. Yi is required to be listed on the sex offender registry. Well, that's nice, at least. In response to CNA's queries about Yi's asylum status and if he will be deported to Singapore, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement said on October 13th that it was unable to comment at this time due to privacy concerns. CNA has also contacted the U.S. Department of Justice for more information. The court heard previously that Yi befriended the victim, a 14-year-old girl, in February 2019 when he was living in Cook County, Illinois. Yi was 20 then. He met the victim online, and they began an online courtship during which Yi repeatedly asked for her naked photos. On occasions, he asked her to engage in roleplay and sexual fantasies, said the prosecution. This was despite the victim telling him that she was 14 years old. This went on until July 2019. The court heard he used WhatsApp to seduce, solicit, and lure the victim, then distributed photographs of her online. Oh. Ooh. Yi was arrested by U.S. Marshals in October 2020 at his apartment in Chicago's Norwood Park East neighborhood. He was held on remand until his guilty plea and sentencing. He waived his right to a jury trial and pleaded guilty to the charges after a plea deal was agreed. During his sentencing, the judge said he may be deported back to Singapore and denied entry to the U.S. in the future. It has been more than 6 years since Yi was granted asylum by a U.S. immigration court, despite opposition from the Department of Homeland Security. This was not Yi's first brush with the law. In 2015, Yi was jailed in Singapore for wounding religious feelings by making remarks about Christians. So this was a big thing that he had been defended for by the right, was his whole like anti-religious thing and like offending religious people in countries that had over-the-top religious defamation laws. And so the right was defending him for this and for his right to publicly talk about being a pedophile. And many were defending him on this issue despite being openly a pedophile, because he may be a pedophile, but he has his right to have his opinions, right? I would die for a pedophile's freedom of speech. Same shit as the people, like the enlightened centrists back then that would say that they would die for they would fight and die for a Nazi's freedom of speech. Real cringe shit. There's actually, here, let's see if we can get a little bit more details about what Amos Yee was like back in the day. Ooh. This is a video of a guy slapping the shit out of him at a conference, ironically enough posted by the YouTube channel of the outlet that we just read that article from. Damn. Must have been a powerful smack. Hot damn. "5 years ago, from Destiny, pedophilia debate with Amos Yee." We'll watch a second of it, okay? We'll watch a minute. We'll watch a minute of it, okay? I'm tempted. It's been so long since I've seen this. We're not watching it all. We're not watching it all. But we gotta watch a little bit of it. I'm so tempted.
All right, well, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. Oh yeah, don't say anything.
This is, of course, what he sounds like, by the way. If you didn't know what he sounded like, now you know.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Cool. All right.
All right. I guess just for my audience, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and all that jazz?
I'm Amos E. I'm the guy who has been stirring shit up within the skeptic community by supporting
Holy shit, White Nervosa was in chat. White Nervosa made my website.
pedophilia, trying to eliminate age of consent laws for sex, legalizing child pornography, and ending discrimination for pedophiles, people who are sexually.
So, this is back during the peak of the anti-SJW sphere and, like, Gamergate. And this guy was, like, one of the Gamergaters' darlings. And this is the kind of shit he was saying overtly on stream. Many of them claimed, in response to any criticism for their association with this guy after things like this, that he's just trolling. He must just be trolling.
Shit up within the skeptic community by supporting pedophilia, trying to eliminate age of consent laws for sex, legalizing child pornography, and ending discrimination for pedophiles, people who are sexually attracted to children. So yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I like philosophical debates, and it seems like a lot of people have a lot of difficulty discussing things that make them uncomfortable. And what could be more uncomfortable to discuss than pedophilia? So, sounds like a fun conversation. So I guess if there's anything, if there's nothing else you want to get away, we just hop right into it.
I just want to say, like, without a doubt, you don't think I'm a troll, right?
I'm not too sure. I mean, I've looked at a little bit of your stuff.
You have to understand that back then, the right was just like, oh, he's a troll, he's a troll, he's a troll, he's just trolling, he's just memeing, he's just trolling. That's why he said that here, because so many people on the right, their excuse for associating with this guy, an open pedophile, as you can see, was he's just a troll.
It's really hard for me to say, but I don't really care if you're trolling or not. I think it's an interesting idea to engage with regardless, and a lot of people seem ill-equipped to do it, so...
Yeah, that's wonderful, because, like, all
He was not a troll.
the big YouTubers, like Andy War,
Or he took the troll very, very, very far. Too far.
Ski Logic, to Jeff Holiday, like Sargon of Akkad, they've all been falsely claiming that I'm a troll, which I'm not. I'm perfectly genuine with my opinions.
There's the list of people who've been defending him, claiming that he's a troll.
Right?
I'm not too sure. I mean, I've looked at a little bit of your stuff. It's really hard for me to say, but I don't really care if you're trolling or not. I think it's an interesting idea to engage with regardless, and a lot of people seem ill-equipped to do it, so...
Yeah, that's wonderful because like all the big YouTubers, like Andy Warski, Logic, Jeff Holiday, like Sargon of COD, they've all been falsely claiming that I'm a troll, which I'm not. I'm perfectly genuine with my opinions, and I think that that's just a way to weasel out of a discussion about this, since I think they're kind of incompetent in dealing with it.
Yeah, sure, that's entirely possible. And that's I would assume that when it comes to people like Sargon or Andy. So yeah, that's not
Yeah.
But like I said, to go back to the beginning, I really, whether or not you're trolling, I don't really care. I'm more interested in the discussion. So.
I'm not going to make you watch him defend the crime that he ended up committing, because that's pretty horrific. However, I thought it was worth getting a little look at what the guy sounds like, and just to hear him like explain just how overtly, that was nearly 6 years ago, that video. This was during a time when that entire sphere was, I'd say maybe 70% defending him and saying he's just a troll, and the rest of the community recognizing he's not a troll, and it like his presence and the people defending him, you know, doing so did cause quite the schism in that sphere. And it played a pretty big part in 2017 and 2018 in the fall of the right-wing sphere. But now he's out of prison. He is out of prison. We don't know where he is, if he's going to Singapore, if he's staying in America. I have a feeling he might not be able to go back home considering the situation that he has been in. He's now required to be on the sex offender registry, so I guess we'd know if he got a house or an apartment, right? Because we could just find him on there and then, like, locate his house. Yeah, Amos was one of those issues Shu was actually right about. Yeah, she recognized he was not trolling early on. How long was the prison sentence, though? He was supposed to get out in 2026, and he got out now instead. He went into prison, I believe, in 2021. So he really didn't spend that long in there for grooming a child into sending him nudes and then distributing said child pornography on the internet. We really do not, like, we treat weed offenses worse legally in this country than we do pedophiles with the legal system. Pedophiles have it easier than a black 19-year-old caught with weed. If you're a black 19-year-old getting caught with weed and you're in the courtroom, you'd wish you were like a 35-year-old white dude pedophile getting charged for that instead. Because they're going to charge you the like federal maximum for weed, and it's really high compared to the average charge they give pedophiles in this country. It's shameful. It's genuinely shameful. Let me check on this because I said it before and I don't want to, you know, spread misinfo. GTA 6 leaker prison. How much time? 18 years old. 17-year-old accomplice. The teenager accused has been deemed psychiatrically unfit for trial. Okay, that's a good update. All right, maybe I did spread lefty misinfo. But they were charging him with more years than Amos got. Which I feel like still matters for something, right? The fact that they were charging the kid who did some, like, video game corporate espionage with a 17-year-old, a 19-year-old, or an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old who did some video game-related corporate espionage get charged with more years in prison than fucking pedophiles do the vast majority of the time. Not very based. Not very based at all. Not a very good show of our American legal system, if you ask me. Despite the absolutely ew subject matter, what did you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I feel like we're on a roll today, chat. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So this topic may at first seem a little bit outside of what I generally cover, but I assure you it's going to loop around to politics pretty reasonably. You see, I don't just stream and make content, I watch streams and consume content. And one of my favorite streamers for quite some years now, despite plenty of issues I've had with him during that time, was Asmongold. I really liked his content, particularly when Classic WoW was coming out. It was just the perfect thing to pair with playing through Classic WoW. Even his older content as like sort of a supplementary. And I binged a lot of his content for quite some time, and I really enjoyed it. Even the videos where he was just cleaning his disgusting room. Now, he had some cringe political takes, but it was clear that his heart was in the right place, and I often enjoyed when he would go into the debates with Destiny, and generally have pretty good takes, or even if he had a bad take, at least he was able to reason it out well, and I always respected that. However, as of late, and by that I mean particularly the last year, things have started to change. Asmongold has, in the past, been one of the more liked content creators on Twitch, one of the less controversial, even despite his relatively edgy, sort of character that he does. But there's been more negativity around him than ever lately. And for a variety of reasons. That all just boil down to he's gotten lazy. Like, at least that's the way it seems to a lot of people. You see, on pretty much all of his takes, from gaming to social issues to politics, it seems like he's been taking the easy, low-hanging fruit position that's just meant to appease a progressively more conservative culture war poisoned audience of people that spam ew woke in response to like a glimpse of like something that looks like it has minorities in it or something in a video game trailer. Obviously, I'll cover this one very briefly because this is less related to what I generally cover. In regards to games, a lot of people in the gaming community, particularly with WoW, have been calling him out because despite barely having played the new Dragonflight WoW expansion, which has objectively been a step up, quite a significant step up compared to previous expansions, he still talks about it like it's awful, and talks about it like he's played it and knows what it's like, despite having barely played even the first patch, I believe. And so people have been calling him out quite, like, vigorously for that, because he's just taking other people's takes that he watches in videos about the expansion and, like, repeating them, rather than, like, actually making his own opinion, when in the past he would absolutely clarify, I haven't played said game, I haven't done said mission, I haven't done said patch. He doesn't do that anymore. He doesn't do it anymore. So, with that in mind, a lot of people have kind of gotten disillusioned with his gaming takes, but moving on to his social takes, he milked the fuck out of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial in a pretty cringe and dishonest way, and I think that's the start of where people started to get a little iffy on his social takes, but a lot of people ended up subbing to him because of it. He blew up off of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, so, you know, I think it was sort of a balanced thing, right? He lost a lot of fans, or a lot of fans got disillusioned at least, and a lot of new ones joined. The new ones who did join, not exactly the best people, to be honest. His audience got notably more right-wing during that whole ordeal. And then, of course, we've got the political stuff. You see, he's been just outright reacting to a lot of conservative propaganda videos, stuff about how Gen Z men are disillusioned because of feminism, stuff about how wokeness is ruining games, and insert piece of media is bad because it's woke. It's been a little less lately, but I didn't have to scroll far to find him reacting to a video about video game girls being ugly now because of feminism. Yeah, it's gotten pretty cringe. And the fact that it's been so recent tells me that this has been a more recent political change in his life. But with that all in mind, knowing that Asmongold is kind of, I guess you could say, falling off as far as social, political, and even gaming takes go, I guess it's okay to make fun of him a little bit. I got sent this video, and I think it'll be a fun little palate cleanser. It's called We Spent a Day at Asmongold's House. I have not seen this, but if seeing his room tours or his, like, room cleaning videos are anything to go off of, we're about to see some horrors beyond man's imagination here, guys. Let's see.
That's the circle of life.
Damn.
There's gonna be a lot of mold.
Breathe air in here. It makes me feel like slightly sicker.
Oh no! Oh. Oh.
That's a big ass cricket. Wait, is that real?
No, it's
oh,
not.
I thought that was real.
It's not.
Wait, you have soap. Dude, your sink is crazy. No, this is fine.
Yeah, I usually don't use that one.
Wait.
This is what my this is worse because it's like filthy, but like the grunginess and the oldness and the dustiness of it, that's not really the problem. It's the disgusting shit that I have a problem with, like the vomit, I guess, in the sink. That looks like he vomited in the sink, to be completely honest with you. The grunginess, it like the fact that everything's like old and wooden and like yellowed from like years and years of smoke. It reminds me of my grandma's house before she died. Which maybe isn't the like best thing to be nostalgic about, like the grunginess, but I don't know, it just has this like vibe. Oh, trust Zan, the vomit comes later. Oh.
Wait. Oh no, this has been used.
Yeah, I use it pretty regularly. Yeah.
Oh, you letting that pan soak?
Yeah.
How long that been soaking for?
Like a day.
Oh, okay, cool.
No.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad.
Liar.
And,
Dust in the pan, you're lying.
Is this the same kitchen you cook in?
yeah.
Why is it? Am I crazy? Or everything feel way smaller than you thought it was gonna be?
Rooms look bigger on camera.
Like, I mean, like, this is nuts. Because, like, just me and you in this whole kit, it fills the whole thing up.
For those that don't know, Asmongold is a multi-millionaire who has a whole-ass company. I think multiple companies now. I think a PC company and a content org that he runs and owns called One True Kings. So, like, this guy's got unfathomable amounts of money he just hoards up and doesn't spend. He's like a miser. He, like, doesn't buy any new clothes. He has lived in this house since he was a child, and they were not wealthy growing up. I can respect saving money, but, like, I don't know if he really does charity stuff, and also, it's not going anywhere.
Holy fuck, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen. How long those been soaking for?
They're not so.
This has to be mental illness. There's just guys. no human can be in a decent mind state living in a place like this. I get it. I can get to the point where, like, right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monster cans on my desk. But, like, I'm going to clean that up as soon as it gets to be too many to be on the desk and for me to look at, you know? Eventually just kind of get into a habit of cleaning up after yourself if you're in a good mental state. That's just how things work. This is not the living situation of someone in a good mental state. His mom passed away, like, a bit over a year ago, so it's a bit understandable. I don't want to armchair psychoanalyze and speculate if it has anything to do with his political move lately or his content getting lazier, but yeah, I don't know. This is pretty... This looks like a depression nest.
Oh, okay.
There's no water.
Okay, so if you wanted the fork and knife right now, where would you get it from?
Right here.
Sick.
I have these.
Yeah.
I respect it. Also, chat. I'll be right back. You see this right here? You see this right here, guys? This is boy food. It's spaghetti. Microwaves in a single minute flat. And it's piping hot, ready to go. Perfect amount to fill you up to get back to gaming. It's peak optimization gamer food. It's my boy dinner. Hell yeah. I literally eat probably 12 of those, maybe more a week. I can relate there. They're handy. When you're a streamer and you're live and you've got to make yourself a fast snack and you don't feel like ordering food, which, you know, I only would never do because of cost. I don't know why Asmongold wouldn't order food when he's hungry, but it's really fast. It's instant meal. Instantly, you can have a snack. I guess they're good for late at night when you can't get delivery.
I have these right here.
That's crazy. Ooh.
Oh, you've got cream soda, bunch of condiments.
Those have been there
This
for like a
fridge
long time.
actually
I
is
wouldn't
pretty
recommend
clean.
eating those.
Okay. Oh, dude, what about
No
your
way.
spicy ketchup? That's clutch. Oh,
Yeah.
the Trix yogurt,
How
too.
old are these oats?
That's got to be at least like 15, 20 years. Oh, you got your dried blood on top of the ceiling, too. Look at all that. See that?
No.
That's grease. That's basically like when you cook, there's condensation in the kitchen and it like condenses on the it like evaporates then condenses on the walls.
Oh no,
No?
that's
Drips.
not it. That could be some wasp poison because there used to be wasps that would get up
What?
there and I'd spray them down. Oh, this
I
is
think
a
it's just
TV.
grease.
My ex-girlfriend left
It's a
here.
dirty kitchen.
Works totally fine. I just don't know what to do with it. These are pillows that have mold on them, so I threw them out of my room. And
Dog.
that's my bathroom. It was actually so bad that I did clean it up. That was the only thing I actually cleaned up before you guys came over here. It was actually that bad.
Oh,
I
here's
just
his
cleaned up.
bedroom. I've seen this
is
before.
My other room. This is like my room as a kid. And this is my bedroom. This is generally where I sleep.
Oh, he's got 3
Nest.
rooms.
It's real.
Well, I actually had to get rid of most things out of the nest.
This guy makes more money in a day than you make in like 5 years. And I need you guys to understand that. There's a stain. There's a stain there. You guys see that stain, right? What is that stain from? Guys? What the fuck is the stain from? Yeah, I'm like, this is the Resident Evil 7 house.
That's
Because they were moldy. They were moldy.
Do you actually
Yep.
sit down here or you just sit
There you
upstairs
go.
in your room?
I'll go like this. Just like this. Oh shit! I got my pillow.
Is that a booger wall? That is a booger wall, isn't it? That is his booger wall. That is his booger wall. I think he's mentioned that he has a booger wall before. And that's it right there. Holy shit.
Yep. Very comfy and cozy.
This guy's a real life goblin. Like, say what you want about XQC, but Asmongold has him beat. This man is a real life goblin.
Why you got all those? We always wear the same damn shirt.
Well, I haven't moved them. Like, what else am I gonna do with them? Like, damn. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't clean anything up, so.
I heard it was
Give you
blood.
guys the authentic experience. And then the main place. This is where I'm usually at. This is my room. Let's see. I got this desk at Office Max. This is like a bunch of like random stuff I have here. This was a whiteboard that I would put.
Why do I have like the urge to clean his house? Like, would you watch that stream if I was able to clean his, like, deep clean his whole house room by room and stream it? Would you watch that shit? Cuz I have the urge to do that, and I would. Get Destiny to join? No. Yeah, he says he doesn't wash his hands after he pisses because he has a clean dick, and I believe him. Not about the clean dick thing, but that he doesn't wash his hands after he pisses.
A list of things that I had to do in World of Warcraft. So I got my chair, and that's the other chair. I got the sofa. It was like nearby. I got it. It was on the side of the road. We like put it halfway on the car. Same with this one. And then I held it for like 2 miles while I took it back to the house. Let's see. I have this sword. I have like 10 different blankets here that I kind of just have in a giant pile. I just pretty much pull it all over myself. And then I've got, oh, these are sofa cushions. There's another sofa that I got rid of, but I kept the cushions because I wanted to be able to make a sofa cushion igloo. I never got enough.
Damn.
Yeah.
I will say, I love attic rooms like this. If I can find a place here in Seattle that has an attic room like this, I'll be so happy. Hell, my current like unit is basically one of those. You can't really, well, you can kind of see the angle, right? I've got a, yeah, it's a bit like that, but it's way bigger and more rounded out and not as like cramped and cozy. I kind of like the cramped, cozy feeling of the room Asmongold's in. I would do it up completely differently, but I do like the room as like a streaming space.
I never got enough.
Those little attic things are nice.
Yeah.
That's just to make sure to Twitch Prime so you can afford it.
Let's see, what else is there? Oh, this is my plaque for getting 100,000.
It's cleaner than I
subs on
remember.
YouTube. I have
I'm gonna
a
get
one. I don't know where.
Guys, we are less than 10K away from that silver play button. If you're watching right now and you're not subscribed, you better hit that sub button and share my content with your friends. Get me some more subs, you know? Help out a little bit. We're pushing to get 100K by the end of the year. That's the goal. We've tried for it many times, and many of things such as copyrights, or not copyright, but false guideline strikes have gotten in the way. But now, nothing stands in our way.
Where the plaque is. Maybe I lost it. I don't know. Oh, it's a bird. That's pretty much my house. This is where I live.
It's cozy, I think.
With like
Yeah.
Are they gonna clean it?
90% filled up with fucking garbage, bro. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy.
Maybe 99.
Well, out of curiosity, why do you have thousands of dollars just laying around?
I did that as a visualization. It's fake money. I'm gonna burn a $20 bill every single time I do a 10 pull, just to show how many of them I waste.
Jesus Christ, I mean, chill, bro.
I just opened
No,
it.
that shit's happened like 10 times.
What the?
Yeah, I used to have stuff in there, but then it's like kind of a pain in the ass to take the stuff that was in there and put it back.
How does he have... He has one of those scam swamp coolers. How does he have empty plates and bowls on the opposite side of his room? Dog, if I'm going to take the time to move some of my like gamer filth across the room, I'm just going to move it across the house to the trash can. Like, The laziness has to stop once you have to get up to be lazy, okay? At that point, you might as well just do it right. Because you have to get up for it anyway.
In there, so I just kind of didn't do that.
Dude, I was looking at the Nature Valley bar box you got here,
Yeah.
and I was like, how can anybody eat these without it exploding the dust all over it? And then I see it all over your keyboard.
I also thought we
I'm the same way. I eat at my desk, and while there's very, very minimal crumb making, small bits of, like, small bits of stuff over a long period of time collect on the keyboard, hair and stuff, and I have those, like, pop out, those very, like, pronounced keys on my keyboard, so they click and whatnot, which means you can't really clean between the keys. So eventually, I just buy a new one. I get, like, $50 keyboards, and I buy one every 6 months. It's not really a big deal.
we'd see rats, like dead rats, because you kept talking about the dead rats. I haven't
threw
seen
'em
a
away.
single. Oh.
Yeah, I threw them away.
That was so nice.
Dead rats.
There's an area where a dead rat decayed the carpet. I could show you, but that's about it.
Oh, that'd be cool.
That means he left a dead rat rotting on the carpet for weeks. And the juices decayed the carpet. You have to replace the entire carpet now. There's no way to fix that. I mean, I guess you could cut a square out, but honestly, he needs new flooring put into that house entirely. What's his plan?
Is that it right there?
I know it's his childhood home and he wants to keep it relatively the way it was growing up, which, you know, was a pigsty, but, like, I feel like you should just get himself a new house relatively nearby and come and, like, visit it when he needs nostalgia.
No, that's something else.
Yeah, there's definitely no plan. Oh, did they have to zoom in and give us an HD, like, focused view of the carpet? Oh.
So yeah, trying to think.
You can't clean that. You gotta take the carpet out and replace the flooring.
What else is there to even look at here?
Well, I don't know about you. I'm kind of hungry. You want to cook me something? Or?
We're gonna do the steak.
How much money would it take for you to eat any food made in this home?
Thanks.
Yeah, you want to cook a potato or something?
A potato.
Yeah, I'd be lit.
Right. My friends and I, we used to steal trays from Taco Bell. So you guys should actually have the trays from Taco Bell to eat off.
Rancid.
I'm already like used
Holy
to the smell.
shit.
It smells like old house, I guess. Like
Yeah.
I didn't smell like trash.
It's like small and cozy, but it's such a nice house. Like the bones of it are so nice. I think this is in Austin, Texas too, so like super low taxes, really low property tax, really like low bills for all of your like electric, water, your utilities. Internet, I bet, is really cheap. He probably has access to fiber internet in Austin, Texas. So this is a nice house if you just treat it well.
Anything, honestly.
Yeah, no, I don't have any trash in the house. I mean, I do. Like, I mean, there's definitely some trash, but...
Don't you say you don't have any trash in the house?
Well, what I mean is, like, not designated trash, right? I mean, you could make the argument that, like, 95% of everything in the house is trash, which, Tectone, you did. I think that you're right. But I'm not trying to actively throw those things away. It's just, you know, it is what it is. I did get steaks and everything. I went to the grocery store yesterday. This is the steaks.
What fat percentage is that?
I don't know.
Looking like...
Who the fuck wants to eat fat?
My ass. That shit good, bro. That shit good.
Yo, you don't dry off the pan.
He's making one of the famous steaks.
What's the worst case scenario?
I mean, nothing. It'll evaporate, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
I've just never seen the technique.
You want me to put the moth in there?
Sure.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, 3 roaches.
And,
Nice.
let's see here.
Black mold.
Black mold where?
That shit right there.
Oh, no, that's, there was a, like a possum or something that came in through the light.
Oh, yeah, there's a...
He's using a fork. He is using a fork.
Hole in the
Oh,
ceiling.
what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Oh,
Okay.
That's how they got in.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what we're gonna do here is we have the 2 steaks, and we'll turn on the burner here. We have 4 people here. Jay, I'll make you a steak as well. And
Wow, look at that. There you go, man.
let me go. Yeah.
What was that face you just made, Jay?
You're like,
Wait, this motherfucker got 4 trash cans.
Well,
Wow,
yeah.
he's so clean.
well,
One,
my
two,
mom had a
three,
strategy.
four.
Whenever we ran out of room in a trash can, we just buy a new trash can.
Oh.
You don't have salt or pepper?
Why not just
no, I
buy
got
one
upstairs.
big one?
Oh. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Like a big one. Oh, stab the shit
This
out
is
of
really
it.
what's going to take the most time, is cooking up all of the potatoes.
You want my help?
No, you can't. It's just a fucking microwave.
Oh,
It takes
okay.
time.
He has 4 trash cans and nothing in them.
One.
Dude, that pan is not
That is
hot.
fucking so cold.
Oh no. I thought we were just gonna watch the tour, but I can't stop watching. I can't stop watching. Oh.
What do you mean?
It's supposed to like make sound when you put it on.
Exactly, and the sound actually sears it to the pan, which makes it harder to clean, which wastes time.
Yeah, stupid.
What?
My bad.
What?
And then after I get them both in the pan, stab the shit out of them. Get this
Why?
one here.
You
Why?
wanna know how this hasn't been opened in months? Because it's prepped to where if you open it, shit falls out. You see the shit?
He knew.
I will say, credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
This shit smells good.
It does. The potato smells.
That smells stupid good.
And we'll do the other 2 steaks after this. We'll do a little bit more butter. Yeah, that's a drawer full of stuff.
Ooh, birthday
And
candles.
Birthday candles, yeah. There's those. We got
I really hope they wash their hands before they eat.
hammers. Yeah, rubber bands. Incense. Probably a bunch of other crazy weird shit in there. And then I don't know if there's anything in the oven. Oh, those are brownies. Those are from like last Valentine's Day.
This video is brand new. February. Back in February. It looks like an ant colony.
I'll put those back in there.
Does your dishwasher work?
No.
Okay.
I try to use as few dishes as possible. That way I don't have to wash them.
Oh, these are fresh cookies.
Yeah, those are actually fresh ones. There's like 10 other boxes in the house, but this is the only fresh box.
Dude, I love eating the shit my friends like to eat.
I'm gonna puke. I can't watch anymore. I can't watch anymore. I can't see him eat those stale ass cookies that he got off of the counter with the roaches and all that. That's vile. Good God. Now that is how Twitch millionaires are spending their money, I guess. Hold on, chat. For all my socially anxious, single, virgin bros out there, let me show you something. Let me show you the bad bitch Asmongold pulled. Okay? Reminder, by the way, she is herself a popular, wealthy streamer. So, don't think there were, like, ulterior motives to all this. Outside of, like, her being attracted or liking him for his personality. So consider everything you know about this guy. This is his ex-girlfriend. I don't want to hear any excuses from any of you guys. She wasn't gold digging. She's herself quite wealthy and successful on Twitch. More than set for life. She lived with him, yeah. They're still friends, too. How? Guys, I'm gonna be real. Nowadays, it is better than ever to be like a chubby, nerdy, conventionally unattractive guy and to get a pretty hot girl who's into the same interests as you. Girls are more into nerd shit than ever, and they will be really into the fact that you're into the same nerd shit as them. Simple as that. If you're like, you want to get like some hot girls on you as like a nerdy guy, learn how to DM for D&D or 5e or Pathfinder or whatever it's called. And just do like DM as many different campaigns as you can. You will find a pretty girl who is into you. And it, like thinks it like gets turned on by your voices when you DM or something. No, I mean, how could she live like that? Because she likes him. You'd be surprised at what a lot of women are willing to put up with because they like a guy. You would be fucking mind blown, dude, at what women are willing to go through, put up with for a guy. It can be genuinely like sad at times. But think about it, and you guys will know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Just be like that. Straight women need better standards? True. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. Oh yeah, thank you for recommending that, Tipster. Oh, trust me, the girlies love D&D. 2/3 of the players in my campaign are girls. Yeah. I'm glad you guys liked it. I really have to pee, so I will be right back, okay? But while I'm gone, consider hitting the like button, regardless of how you support me, whether you've already even subscribed, liked, or gift a sub, or even bought merch or something. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing on YouTube and hitting the thumbs up like button if you haven't already. It really goes a long way, it really means a lot, and it helps a lot. I'll be right back. I am back, and I have water too. Very nice, very nice. Did you wash your hands? Yes. Even though I have a clean dick, I wash my hands. Oh. I hope you guys could hear those cracks in my back. Prove it, Zan? How can I prove I washed my hands? Do they look clean? I'd say my hands look pretty clean. Oh, by the way, using an ad blocker is now against TOS on YouTube. If you're caught using one, including sponsor blockers, you get your account banned. Particularly applies to streamers, but if you say, like, comment that you use one, or like, post about it on other social media, they can completely terminate your account. So they've updated the TOS so the use of ad blockers is now outright TOS. So I'd stop using one, because they're probably gonna figure out how to detect you're using one, and they might just terminate your account outright. So yeah. Old news, what do you mean updated? Well, they recently made it so they're trying to block ad blockers, but now they've made it part of the TOS that if you stream and you use one, then you'll get banned. Thankfully, I got my good old YouTube Premium. Or if you, like, post about it, yeah. Well, the TOS update was only recently, Water. But, like, a few months ago, maybe. I only know that it was, like, at least a month ago. Maybe it was more. Feels like it was sooner than 3 months ago, but maybe you're right. What do we do to not give money to rightoids if we react to them or peek at their videos in the case of adblock? You can't. I mean, you can use adblock, but it's at your own risk, right? But if you're not going to use adblock, then you're either going to see an ad, or if you use YouTube Premium, they'll get YouTube Premium view money, but it won't be much because you're just one viewer. But I assume you guys wouldn't be watching the conservative content. I'm the one doing it and showing it to you guys for the sake of ridicule. There's too many ads everywhere these days. It's so maddening. Doing anything on my phone is guaranteed just wasting at least triple the time and getting bombarded with awful shit. Yeah, it's because the value of an ad has gone down exponentially. Each year, ads get less and less and less valuable, so these sites have to give you more ads to keep anywhere near the same amount of monetary income coming in. So, like, if that wasn't the case, I would have stopped making enough money from ad revenue to be able to do this for a job a while ago. So, it's why they have to pump up the ads. Even on the end of things that I don't control. I just set everything to, like, moderate, like the normal amount of ads, like average amount on all of, like, the things to select, and whatever YouTube does on the other end is up to them. Zan, I'm coloring a Sonic coloring book and drinking chocolate milk at 2 a.m. How gay am I? Pretty gay, Mari. Oh yeah, Xanderhall, Sharks encountering Matt Walsh. His question got cut in the VOD. Yeah, I saw a picture of that going down. Is there a clip of it? So Matt Walsh cut it from the VOD. I assume Shark blew Matt Walsh the fuck out then? Oh yeah, in election year, the PragerU and other right-wing ads will be unavoidable due to the no ad block thing. Anyone have a link to the shark thing, or nah? Got a link?
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
So apparently they cut Shark out of the Q&A. I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, no, we got it. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So as you guys know, there was a time where all of these big right-wing media figures and trolls would like to go to big events as sort of like keynote speakers in order to speak to a very large audience. And the whole point of their presence was in order to cause as much anger among progressives that might be at, say, a school or part of a company or at the location as possible. They want counter protests, they want media attention, and they want to hopefully bait lefties into doing something cringy or bad and catching it on camera. Ben Shapiro was the king of this, but, well, he announced what events he was going to be at and where. People knew his shtick and what he liked to lie about and what the facts were in response to what he was lying about, the undeniable, citable with large, amounts of scientific consensus, facts. And so they ambushed Ben Shapiro at these events, asked him hard-hitting questions he couldn't answer without outright admitting that his opinion dissents from that of the overwhelming majority of scientists and the agreed-upon consensus within all of the professional spheres that pertain to this study. And Ben Shapiro pretty much stopped doing it, as did many of these other figures as well that used to be quite known for it. Matt Walsh, on the other hand, is an internet troll, known for, back in the day during his radio days, doing Nazi grown man diaper fights, where nearly naked grown men in diapers, one being a fat man with a swastika tattoo on his back, would wrestle in diapers in the yard, and Matt Walsh would walk around them in a circle with a camera and a microphone, judging the fights. And it really was something to witness. We'll probably watch a few clips of that after this, because I like to include it in anything that I do that involves Matt Walsh. But here's the thing. Matt Walsh recently announced he was doing an event. I believe it's this, he's pretending to be a LGBT kids author in the advertising for the event at this school. So, he's just lied about everything that he does to the school and, in the advertising. It's part of his whole trolling scheme that he does when he does these live events. Here's the thing, though. Good friend of the channel and based YouTuber and streamer Shark300 knows and apparently lives near where this event was being held. And so he decided that he was going to go to the microphone during the Q&A, during Matt Walsh's speaking engagement today, and confront him on probably trans issues, to be honest. I don't know what. I have yet to see this. All I know is, according to someone in my chat, the official VOD on Matt Walsh's channel has deleted this bit out, where Shark goes to the Q&A microphone. So apparently Shark humiliates Matt Walsh here. I feel like he would have to, but I don't know. Let's see what happens. I'm excited to see how this went.
About how, it's clinical depression and it's clinical anxiety, and we need drugs.
Here, I might have. Yeah. Okay, yeah. He's finishing up a question from someone else here. I rewinded a little bit, too far, but not by much, just because I don't want to miss any of the bit where Shark comes up.
To fix it. But I think for much of it, it's a lot deeper than that. It's just the culture that we live in that encourages people to feel that way. And what do we do about it? I think that we, part of what we do is we have a message of truth and meaning, and we do what we can to spread that message.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, he's got a copy of Matt Walsh's anti-trans children's book, Johnny the Walrus. I meant Rewound, thank you. Oh, here
Hello,
comes
Mr.
Shark.
Walsh. It's nice to see you. I've watched a lot of your content.
Please be patient with me. I'm a Sigma. We'll have to. I like his outfit. I like the checkered, the black and white checkered, I don't even know, like wool vest, and just the black t-shirt. I think that's the Nike symbol. The headphones, the based cap. Very casual, but it looks like you dressed nice without trying. Very, very good. Already presenting well. Already out-chatting Matt Walsh.
Hello, Mr. Walsh. It's nice to see you. I've watched a lot of your content.
Appreciate that.
No problem. I wanted to ask the question. You said before, virtually every culture has its own child into adult initiation, almost all of them before the age of 18. And not only that, 16-year-old girls are mature enough to make their own decisions and even get pregnant and start families as well. And you even said 13-year-olds, if expected in society to act like 23-year-olds, that's what you'll get.
Damn, okay. Oh, I should have known he would go nuclear. I should have known he would go nuclear, just outright confront him on his pedophilic statements. Holy fuck. No wonder this got cut out.
Girls are mature enough to make their own decisions and even get pregnant and start families as well. And you even said 13-year-olds, if expected in society to act like 23-year-olds, that's what you'll get. So my question is that you, I would imagine, as you've made clear here, I think, are against these types of medical interventions when it comes to transgenderism, trans ideology, however you would call it. Why would you say that these types of people are of the
Holy
age
shit, he's
of...
sweating. Holy shit, he's sweating. Look at the sweat. Look at the sweat. You know he went fucking cold. And you could see it's already condensing on his face the second those quotes got brought up. Ooh. Ooh.
You know, to sip beer, be full-fledged adults, at least should be in the eyes of the legal status, but also, in quote, what you've said, I believe, on Twitter, that these are children under 18 when referring to trans medical care and services.
Yeah, so much of what you've pulled there is from, I think it's from Media Matters hit piece about a year ago, pulling comments from 10 years before that. And
so these people always respond, those quotes, they're from a hit piece, you see? We have video of him saying these things. You can't unsay them, Matt.
Point that I was making there is simply a historical point, that back through history, you find that people used to get married a lot younger. And so they didn't have this...
Oh yes, Cherry, would you like to send me the clip so we could show how clearly he's lying right now?
This, pregnancy was not sort of the crisis, no matter what age it happened. The pregnancy was not often considered sort of the crisis that it is now, because people got married younger. They started their journey into adulthood at a younger age. We don't live in that culture anymore. That used to be the culture that we lived in.
Get him back.
And we also live in a culture now where we have this kind of extended adolescence that goes beyond the age of 18 and even up to 25.
He is gripping that podium. He's nervous.
And beyond, where we treat even adults like they're essentially children, which I've talked about as well. So we don't want to treat adults like they're children, but we also...
God, oh my God, look at the glimmers. Holy shit. Someone needs to straight up do a like enhanced version of this video where it zooms in particularly on the tops of his cheeks. You can see the sparkles of the sweat. He's so nervous. He's like stumbling over his words. I've actually never seen Matt Walsh this flustered.
Also have to understand the psychological capacity of actual children, which is why performing a life-altering surgery on a child or giving them, for example, cross-sex hormones, which can happen at the age of...
I would have burped directly into the mic. I would have just interrupted him with like a nice... I couldn't really muster much of a burp there, but if I had one, I'd have just done it. You guys have watched my streams, you know. What is wrong with you? Tell me that wouldn't be Giga Chad to just interrupt him with like a guttural burp into the mic. Maybe I'm just too base for this world.
14 or younger, which sterilizes them.
I support you for
who
you are.
Making life-altering changes to their body, but they're sacrificing things about themselves that they can't possibly understand. Like they're making decisions that aren't really decisions because they're not old enough to make them, but they're making decisions for kind of the older version of themselves. Okay. So at the age of 14, I know I'm saying a lot more than you needed, but at the age of 14, the child is making the decision that I'm never going to have kids again in the future.
He's really just, he can't just let it go. He's still going.
Future. And yeah, at the age of 14, you might think that. When I was 14, I thought that. When I was 24, I thought I'd never have kids. When I was 26, I had 2. Now I have 6. So kids at that age are not equipped to make those kinds of decisions.
Okay, but my question was more of, you just now, you called them kids, but were these not your words, or do you change your opinion? Because what I'm confused about is, before you would say things along the lines of, these are adult.
Oh, here's the link. You got a link to what he said?
Spoilers for Bluebeam.
Oh, no, wrong link. Chat. No. Okay, here's the link. Cherry got it.
It is not. In fact, ever since the beginning of time, teenage girls have been getting pregnant. It used to be more common. The peak, ever since they started keeping records of these things, which they only started doing recently, like in the 20th century, but ever since they started keeping records, in 1957 was the peak for teenage pregnancy. 1957. Not 2009,
well, back
not
then,
today.
All of them were supposed to have kids. That's when you had kids.
That's my point, okay? So to all of a sudden act like this phenomenon of girls getting pregnant at a young age that we consider young, 16 or 17, to act like it's a new thing is ridiculous. It's always been that way. Even biologically, and this is me just stating, right now I'm going to start by just stating facts. So fact number 1, it's not a new phenomenon. Fact number 2, in fact, it's a phenomenon that was more common earlier in history, and for the first 6,000 to 10,000 years of human existence, it was a normal thing. Fact 3, girls between the ages of 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yeah.
Okay? That's biological. That's a fact, all right? I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. But what happened recently, and this is...
I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. Will never not, live in my head rent-free. I'm sorry. But that's gotta be the most pedophilic way to have, gone about, disarming the audience ever. I'm just stating facts. Hear me out. Just stating facts.
This is the 4th fact. Recently, in the last 30 years or so, we decided that that's way too young to start a family.
Why?
And because now
divorce rates would probably go up, and once you're that young, you can't really make sure that you know.
No, girls are no.
Because girls were getting married early, and marriages were lasting longer. You very rarely hear about these relationships that go to their your diamond anniversary, your 50th anniversary, and all this. That's a dying breed of people out there.
Yeah, and those were all people that got married very young. That's why
they're still alive.
Yeah, that's why you can have someone in their 70s who's celebrating their 55th wedding anniversary because they got married when they were teenagers. So what I'm saying is that the problem is not per se teenage pregnancy, it's unwed pregnancy. That's the problem in society. It's only problematic when you are not married and you don't have the man there to help you take care of the kids because he's a coward. And the reason why we have that now are for 2 reasons.
Yeah, no, he just outright says that the problem isn't teenage pregnancy, it's unwed teenage pregnancy. Yep, okay, yeah. I think that so far Shark could have hit a little harder because, the quote from Matt Walsh goes way deeper than what Matt Walsh, explained away there. So hopefully Shark remembers the full quote, the full 2-minute thing, and hits him back well, because let's see. Already he's flustered Matt Walsh, but I feel like Matt Walsh kind of saved it.
Adults, or should be in the eyes of either culture or society, but now you're saying in this age range of 13 to 16 or 19, in that age range, they're now children. Because I would imagine that giving birth for female-bodied people, females, is a life-altering decision. One possibly even greater since you're bringing a new life into the world than just altering your own. So are these children? Are all these adults?
These are children. I mean, under the age of 18 are children, and even even though we have this problem of extended adolescence that goes way into adulthood, you know, really your prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until you're 25.
Okay. So even in like specifically, you know, marriages between these people and giving birth, you would say that's still child pregnancy, and those are children giving, like, making that decision.
The most you really need to look into how much these people actually put stock on the fact that most people are not fully mature until around 25, 26 years old, mentally speaking, is the fact that they all advocate for they'll use this as an argument for why we should raise the voting age to 25 years old. Totally not because people under 25 years old are massively leaning towards voting Democrat or anything. It couldn't be because of that. Or they'll make the argument in the case of certain drugs and alcohol. They try to raise the drinking age up to 25 sometimes, and the same goes for, like, with weed. They try to limit that as well. Yet at the same time, you never see them advocating for military enrollment to have a mandatory age increase, despite that being an extremely potentially fatal decision one can make at such a young age where they have not fully developed their brain. You never see them advocating for this in regards to basically anything, for when it comes to the death penalty, when it comes to adult prison sentencing, for committing a crime. It seems like they only consider that whenever it's something, and of course gender affirming care, when it's something that they can be against politically. That's part of their whole culture war thing.
In giving birth?
Yes, I'm against child pregnancy, if that's your question.
Okay.
He took it back. I guess he's redacted his position. He's redacted his position from those years ago where he said the problem wasn't teen pregnancy, but unwed teen pregnancy. I feel like Shark might have forgotten the full clip there. I think he did well, and he definitely flustered Matt Walsh, and I think the fact that he did well is evident enough that they cut this clip out of Matt Walsh's upload of this. It could have been better, but also pretty damn fucking good, and I have a feeling Matt Walsh might think twice about doing another live engagement. Let's keep a look on that, or keep an eye on that. So I don't know why I said keep a look. Let's keep an eye on that and see if Matt Walsh ends up either stopping or at least winding down his IRL speaking engagements. Or maybe he just stops announcing where they're going to be so he can't get ambushed. Can we watch mine? I'm at 39:35. Matt Walsh said this was his last live. Wait, really? No way. Oh, you mean you confronted him as well, Alec Gunter? Shark literally hit Walsh where it hurt. Yeah. The whole, and there's so much more. Like, I feel like I would need a script. I would need a script, but I'd have to practice it. And if I, like, perfectly recited it 3 times without looking at it, I have it down. But if I had a script that went something along the lines of, "Hey, Matt Walsh. Damn, man, I know I'm young, but I've been a fan of you since the diaper fight days. Remember when Skater, the guy with the Nazi, with the swastika tattoo on his back, won those diaper fights? That was crazy, man. I wish I was there to witness it in person like you." Anyway, man, so I actually had a question about some previous quotes you had in the past, if you could elucidate them for me. No need to interrupt, Matt. Just don't want to read them off here. So first you said that that you think that the problem in regards to teen pregnancy isn't teen pregnancy itself or children getting pregnant, but the fact that it's unwed. You seem to believe that, well, the days of having those 55-year anniversary marriages that started in the teens are long gone, unfortunately. And you really seemed sad about this and said that it's because people are getting married when they're adults instead of when they're teenagers. So I was curious about how you felt about those positions today. And then go on with, like, oh, I'm also curious, is the Sweet Baby Gang thing a reference to the diaper fights? You just, like, see how much you can get in and see if I can get the mic like, in my hand. Disarm them enough to be able to hold the mic. That's the way. That's the way. But yeah, I mean, if this is his last event, then I guess there's no need. Shark did it right. That's probably how I would have gone about it. Like, you can't let him talk. If you let him talk, then he'll come up with something to respond to. You just have to get as much of the things that people in his audience probably haven't heard him say in their ears as possible. It's all that matters. He'll be flustered just if you get that to the audience without him being able to cut you off. I still think this is very good, though. Big ups to Shark for this. This was based. This was awesome. I love seeing stuff like this. Whenever I see one of these stooges get confronted IRL by like an online lefty figure that really knows what they're talking about and has debunked them a dozen or so times, it's always real satisfying. He'd probably have the mic cut. Yeah, you're probably right. Well, what do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Okay. Ad blocker should be off. Okay, cool. Let me take a sippy of water so my lips aren't all dry. If you're watching right now and enjoying the stream, consider dropping a like. It's completely free, and it really does help the channel a lot. It forces YouTube to push my content out to more people, and it results in a pretty significant boost to my channel's success and, you know, performance, so I appreciate it. You can also donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to me on my website, or to somebody else on my website, but the money, you know what I mean. And then also, you can support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even buy merch. Link in the description down below in the YouTube stream. So with all that said, let's hop into the next segment. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, this is a little bit more unusual than what I generally cover with articles that I read. We're actually going to be reading a Fox News article and critiquing it, or at least giving some commentary on it that's, you know, in the realm of critique. We'll see how biased this article is in the way it's written. The article's titled, Transgender Female Fencer Scores World Title Over 14-Time Champion. This came out yesterday, and this story is already making the rounds in the conservative media circuit, so as you can imagine, it's, you know, worth getting in front of. Liz Kokob has won 8 world championships. A transgender female fencer picked up an 8th world championship on Sunday at the 2023 FIE Veteran Fencing World Championships. Liz Kokob won in the Vet Women's Epi. I don't know anything about fencing, I'm sorry. Over 14-time champion Marja Lisa Somerjoja of Finland in Florida. It is the second time Kokob has won in the 70-plus age category. Wait, 70-plus age category? Let's see what Liz Kokob looks like. Dude, this is the most desperate I have ever seen. This is the most desperate I've ever seen. One of these conservative demagoguery things. This is her and the woman she beat. This is her on the right. and this is the woman she beat. This is them standing together after the event. Neither of them seem particularly upset about what happened. They're in their 70s. I guess I get it, but at the same time, holy fuck. How much of a reach do you have to be making to find examples of the world of sports falling at the heel of trans rights? Listen, guys. Sure, like, what is that? Like, maybe 3.5 inches in height she has on the cis woman. But, like, it's fencing. There's definitely a large amount of, like, physical strength that goes into it in regards to being able to, like, have the exertion ability capable of moving around and doing what you need to do, longer arms, etc., etc. But at the same time, it's fencing, you know, it's pointy stick. Whoever points the pointy stick better wins. I don't know. This is such a reach. Here's her standing with some other, like, fencing medalists, I guess. The image is really small, but you can see... I'm pretty sure this is a cis woman. I'm pretty sure this is a cis guy, maybe. This is her, and I can't tell, because the picture's too blurry. Like, this photo's so blurry I can barely tell, but I know this is her because the hair. Like, she's not even tall. Like, this is a cis woman who's taller than her. Like, I don't know. I get it. Yeah, hey, some people think 3 inches is a lot. Yeah, you're right. Liz Kokop won in the Vet Women's Epi over 14-time champion Marja Lisa Someroja, thank you, of Finland in Florida. It is the second time Kokop has won in the 70-plus age category. I wanted to support USA Fencing, Kokop said after the bout via USA Fencing. Quote, I really did. Otherwise, I was actually thinking of stepping away. But the fact that it was in America, I thought that was important to support the USA. This is my way of saying thanks to USA Fencing. Kokop and USA Fencing came under fire because the fencer was allowed to compete in the women's category. However, USA Fencing implemented its own transgender and non-binary elite athlete policy in November 2022. Hey, remember recently when we watched a video about how, from one of these conservative orgs that said all they wanted was for these organizations to be the ones making the rules as to whether or not trans people got to compete, and whether or not they segregated the genders by sport, and that they just didn't want the woke mob to be pressuring them. But in this case, they're getting mad about exactly what they said they're okay with in their propaganda videos. The organization allows competitors to, quote, participate in USA Fencing sanctioned events in a manner consistent with their gender identity/expression, regardless of the gender associated with the sex they were assigned at birth. Based! USA Fencing said in a news release that it was an important first step towards expanding access to the sport of fencing and creating an inclusive and a safe space that promotes equality and fairness for all. Quote, it is critical that we support or protect the rights of non-binary and transgender athletes in fencing. Based! USA Fencing CEO Phil Andrews said at the time, even as we plan to conduct more scientific research into the physiological effects of gender transition as they pertain specifically to the sport of fencing, we remain unanimously and steadfastly supportive of transgender athletes having their place in fencing. To be clear, as this issue evolves, our support of transgender athletes will not waver. Transgender female veteran junior and senior athletes have a specific requirements for national ranking competitions. Athletes being treated with testosterone suppression medication for the purposes of USA Fencing sanctioned competitions may continue to compete in men's events, but may only compete in women's events after completing 1 calendar year, 12 months of testosterone suppression treatment. After this point, the physical, like, benefits you may have in the vast majority of cases are going to be vastly lost if you're trans compared to, like, a cis woman. Proof of compliant hormone therapy must be provided prior to competition, the organization says. It is unclear when Kokop transitioned. Kokop's success in her 60s was highlighted in a blog post from Transit City. The post noted that Kokob's height at 6 feet may give her an advantage. Additionally, Kokob was known as dead name, because of course this is Fox News, when competing for Detroit Mercy. Kokob was member of the 1972 NCAA National Championship team and was an All-American in 1973. Yeah, so honestly, my take on this is that let's say, hypothetical world, a big list of immutable, inarguable scientific studies came out that said that black people have a biological genetic advantage in every single sport to white people. From fencing to chess to everything. Just every sport. If that just incontroversial study existed. And there was no denying it. And conservatives argued, or some group argued, we needed to segregate sports by race to make them fair. I'd be against it. I would be, because I don't think segregation by race is something that has ever led to a good thing in our society, even when people have been able to seemingly argue a good case for it. Whether it be lefties that argue that segregation is good in the form of black ethno-states and so-called what is the term, self-determination, or white nationalists and neo-Nazis saying that it's good for the sake of preserving the state of Western civilization or whatever it may be. It's never ever been for good reasons or had good outcomes in reality. Humans are naturally a very pulled to working together and living together and cooperating species. It's been singular, very small groups of powerful people who have consolidated said power that have generally sown divisions between different groups. But naturally, we're pretty inclined to work together. Literally, if you take a human and isolate them, they'll literally go insane and try to kill themselves. We literally seek out having a large pool of people to interact with, at least to some extent. So with that in mind, and not only that, but we rely on having other people too. No human can exist on their own and be completely self-sufficient. They'll eventually die the second they have bad diarrhea and can't take care of themselves for a couple days. What are they going to do? Go out and hunt when they literally can't get out of bed because they're so sick? If they have a bed, it's probably just a pile of leaves. Humans have to work together. We're driven to do this kind of thing. And I don't like the idea of segregation. And that's basically what's being advocated for with these trans policies that are suggested by right-wingers in regards to sports. I don't think that trans people should be forced into a morally, socially wrong line of treatment because we want to, quote-unquote, preserve some level of fairness in these sports. When you think about it from, as a race issue, which is far less, politically divisive right now than trans issues, people seem a lot more receptive to the idea of maybe giving up a little bit of fairness in order to, preserve equality and social justice. But a lot of people fundamentally still harbor some level of transphobia that I think guides them to some, iffy positions in regards to the sports issue. Not to mention, the sports issue in of itself is just the most wedgest of wedge issues that affects a very small proportion of people, but the people it does affect, I don't think deserve to have the negative consequences of these anti-trans policies passing affect them. Obviously, one of the best examples of this is Max Beggs. I've shown this fairly recently on stream before to make the same point, but it's worth repeating. It bears repeating. This here is an image of a trans man named Max Beggs absolutely slaughtering a cis woman in a wrestling match. Now, the reason for this is that in the state where he is competing, trans people are not allowed to compete for, or as the gender they identify as. Now, to be fair, at least in this state, they applied it equally to trans men and trans women. Texas, thank you, Apillo. Now, because of this, you've got someone who is very clearly a guy. This is a guy. There's no universe where this isn't a guy. Is just absolutely dominating a girl who stands no chance. They're in the same weight category, but you can just tell, I mean, by multiple things here, she stands no chance against him. Because it's not fair. Because this is a guy going up against a girl. Here's the thing, though. Instead of owning up to the fact that stuff like this will happen if their policies go through, and that the unfairness will be inherent regardless of what policies are employed, to some extent, at least, or even outright biting the bullet and advocating for all trans people to be banned from sports. Instead, the transphobic crowd decided to adapt a very interesting, surprising response to this story. As this image started to get spread around, they decided to start spreading it around themselves, but instead of saying what it was and biting the bullet, they started saying this was a trans woman competing against cis women. They started spreading this image around saying Max Beggs is a trans woman who's been allowed to compete against cis women, rather than the true story, which you can literally Google and find quite very easily, and instead claim that this is a trans woman beating cis women instead of a trans man being forced to compete against cis women. They aren't even willing to be honest enough to bite the bullet. Because none of this is about truth. None of this is about honesty. None of this is about women's safety or fairness of sports. It's about hating trans people. It's what it's always been about. That's what it will always be about when they make this argument. Hating trans people. Finding excuses to make them an other so that they feel less accepted. That's all that matters to them. The more otherized trans people are, the more effortlessly they can advocate for and pass policies that directly infringe on trans people, specifically their rights. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. I feel like it came out pretty damn good. Hell yeah, guys. The blowhigh was gotten for me by Demon Mama when we were at, what's it called? IKEA. I'd never been to IKEA before, and it was my first day in Seattle. So Demon Mama took me to IKEA, because she was the one who drove me up here. And we went to IKEA. I had the meatballs and all that for the first time. And we went through the store to buy a chair for me, because I need this chair, actually. I needed a chair for streaming, because I didn't have one up here, like a decent one for sitting in for long periods of time. And we went through the store and ended up going through the plushie section, and they had the big fucking blowhighs. And I fucking... Demon Mama picked it up and handed it to me, and I was like, I'll buy one. My trans fans will love to see a little blowhigh in the background. And believe me, it has fueled no lack of egg memes. Yeah, the Xander chair arc was quite something. No, there was no getting lost in the IKEA. We knew our way around quite well. It's actually it's not that hard to get lost. Or it's not that easy to get lost. I'm pretty sure I'm not an egg, guys. I'm pretty certain I'm cis. I've thought about it for a while now, and I like being a guy. I feel pretty comfortable being a guy. I look down When I take a piss and I see my dick and I'm like, hey, buddy. And when I see those videos of those goddamn, like, choppy things that chop tree limbs with, like, an effortless, like, cleave, you know, they, like, you know exactly what I'm talking about here. When I see videos of stuff like that or images of stuff like that, I cringe. I get horrified of those tree limb clippers. Because if it can do that to a branch, God knows what it could do to my cock. God, I am hungry. I got 2 more segments laid out for today's stream, and afterwards I'm going to wrap up stream and I'm going to order myself some burgers and fries. I feel I've earned it today. But remember all, I'll be live tomorrow. I'll be doing at least 6 segments on tomorrow's stream, and I'll probably stream the day after that some just straight up gaming, just straight up Destroy All Humans 2 remake. Resuming that, and probably finishing it. If we can do it all in one stream, that would be awesome. Zan, you gotta get some bacon on that shit? Nah, I don't like bacon on burgers. I like it separate. I like to enjoy bacon as its own thing, because it's amazing, and then burgers is their own thing, because they're amazing. Mix them together, and you're not getting the best of both worlds. I'm sorry, it just doesn't feel that way to me. I'd rather extend the enjoyment with bacon and a burger than a bacon burger just being one solid block of enjoyment. Xanderhall, we still need to finish Dead Space 3 on stream. We'll probably do that this Halloween. We could do it on Halloween, like on Halloween. That would be a good stream. Yeah, I love Five Guys. Last time I had it, I got sick, not because of Five Guys, but because I already was sick with COVID. But maybe I'll order Five Guys again and see how that goes. I could. It's expensive, but I could go for some Five Guys. I could go for some Five Guys burgers and fries. I could go for that. Chat's maiming me now. No, chat, no, chat, I meant, no, chat, no, fuck. Damn it. Fuck. I meant the restaurant. Guys. No, don't. Fuck. Chat, people are gonna think I'm gay, and being gay is bad. Clearly, if you're making that joke, being gay must be bad if you're clipping something, and the joke is that I'm gay, right? See, I turned it around on all of you, and you all became homophobic. The woke scold. I have outwoked all of you now. I'm ascending beyond all of my fans. Xanderhall, could you play OG Tekkit one day? I'll do an OG Tekkit server one of these days. And it'll be fun and nostalgic, no doubt. That'd be a good time. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. Oh boy, this is just depressing. This is a tweet from Matt Walsh that went out 2 days ago with 13,000 likes as of 2 days ago that reads as follows. Today we launched our kids platform, which is already stocked with over 100 episodes of great family entertainment. This is why I'm proud to work at the Daily Wire. We catch a lot of flack from both the left and the right. And the right? Okay. Everyone has their nitpicks and their complaints, but this company actually has a vision. We are trying to build something. Instead of complaining about the culture, we are actively trying to change it and shape it, and taking the considerable risk that those efforts require. The critics will continue to chirp, and we will continue doing what none of them have the skill or wherewithal to do. There's nowhere else in the media I'd want to work. And not even to... Sorry, it's not even a close call, to be honest. I like how they frame having an insane amount of money and resources as, like, skill and talent. Like they just have money. Like, I get the comments as well. Like, I literally just put out a video on Brett Cooper, and one of the top comments... well, not top comments. One of the top hate comments I got was, like, something along the lines of, you know, it'd be repeats of the same comment. This would be like the top thing I'd get. Would be, and yet she has so many more subs than you. Must say something, right? It's like, no. No, believe it or not. I'd usually be sarcastic here and, like, do, like, a, you know, disaffected, like, yeah, having more subs really means you're correct. But I'm gonna be completely sincere here. No. Having more subscribers and more money and working with a massive, like, conservative media organization with lots of money does not automatically mean you're correct. More subs does not equal more correct. That will never be the case. Even when I have more subs, it won't mean that I'm correct. My arguments and the evidence I use to make said arguments will be what will make me correct or not. But you have to understand that the people that watch this kind of stuff, one of their primary objectives and goals is to be just on the winning side of the culture war. So when you're making an argument to them, you almost have to argue first and foremost that your side of the culture war can actually win and cares about winning, while also making compelling arguments for why they should believe what you believe as well. Because the winning thing is just sort of like the foundation of what they've been taught matters through conservative media punditry. Anyway, and by the way, the kids' content is actually great. My kids will love it, and so will yours. Now, if you're wondering what examples of said kids' content that the Daily Wire is rolling out, then brace yourself. I don't know if you guys know about Disney's upcoming Snow White movie. Apparently, it's not going to be Snow White and the Seven Dwarves or whatever, because dwarves is seen as, like, offensive. That's actually real, it turns out, which I do think is pretty cringe. Like, that is actually kind of woke bullshit, unironically. And also, Snow White's not going to be white, which is what really set off the right. Really set them off. So in response to that, the Daily Wire is making a live-action Snow White movie starring conservative YouTuber Brett Cooper as Snow White. Watch the teaser. Oh, we can listen to this article. Please don't be an AI voice.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
They put an ad on the audio. Holy shit. Alright. Let's see how this sounds.
The Daily Wire is making a live-action Snow White movie starring conservative YouTuber Brett Cooper. Watch teaser. Conservative media company Daily Wire is making its own live-action adaptation of the Brothers Grimm fairy tale, Snow White, called Snow White and the Evil Queen. The film, which is set to release in 2024, will be the first feature-length production for the company's kids' entertainment platform called Bentkey, and will star conservative YouTuber Brett Cooper, host of the platform's Show the Comments section.
So for those that haven't noticed, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Andrew Clavin, all the rest of the goons at the Daily Wire have had a demonstrable statistical decrease as of late in their channel performance. We can't really see it because this data is private, but I have I have a feeling that, and no doubt, that there is a pretty similar effect happening to the subscriptions for Daily Wire's services involving them across the board as well, behind the scenes. The only person who hasn't been affected by this is Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper is right now the Daily Wire's shining star. She has surpassed all of the previous hosts despite only existing on the platform for a couple years now. She was, of course, massively astroturfed, with the Daily Wire spending millions on ads to run on all of YouTube to get people to discover her content. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that she is the fastest growing and largest, as we speak, conservative pundit at the Daily Wire. So it's not surprising that they're trying to make her into a movie star as well. The funny thing is, all of the Daily Wire people are failed actors. Like, all these hosts, besides maybe Ben Shapiro, are failed actors. For example, we went over Michael Knowles, another Daily Wire stooge's old college, like, home movie, where he had, like, a gay sex scene. Like, a pretty explicit-ish gay sex scene. And it's very, very, very funny. It's pretty fucking funny. This is going to be Spider-Man Lotus, but Snow White? Yeah, pretty much. This is not going to take off at all. This is not even the first time that the Daily Wire has made a failed movie project. As a matter of fact, Daily Wire Gina Carano. Gina Carano's new Ben Shapiro-produced movie is somehow still too woke for some right-wingers. One of the biggest box office failures of 2022 was Terror on the Prairie, the Ben Shapiro-produced Western starring Gina Carano. It marked Carano's first major role since being fired from The Mandalorian over a series of social media posts that many viewed as anti-Semitic. The film only grossed $804 during its one-day theatrical run, despite any star power that the actress might have had on the political right. Or just generally, like, she was also a professional, like, fighter, and also in The Mandalorian. You would think that, like, she really fell off. She got actually canceled. The film was intended to be part of the Daily Wire's stated strategy of making films that entertain audiences without what they see as overt messaging, but without being explicitly conservative either. We're making entertainment first content, challenging content, adult content, Daily Wire co-founder and CEO Jeremy Boring said of the company's film strategy in a recent interview with IndieWire. The two things that will distinguish a Daily Wire film is the fact that it broadly speaks to values that conservatives are aligned on, not strictly conservative values. We're not making Hillary's hard drive story, and we're not making ragtag football players find Jesus in the third act. So basically what they're trying to do is make movies that appeal to that subtly conservative fantasy that many Americans have, and to try to get them on board to the Daily Wire branding from there. Their last attempt at this with a star like Gina Carano fell flat. So now they're bringing in a famous YouTuber that they built the career of via massive amounts of financial astroturfing to try to do the same thing she did, but with a known property like Snow White. Let's see if we just have a complete repeat of history or not.
The Daily Wire today revealed a teaser for the movie, which opens with a melody voiced by Cooper and written by Jeremy Boring and a pan through a forest to reveal Cooper as Snow White. Announcing the project to staff today, the Daily Wire's Boring said, "It's a story about a princess and a prince, about beauty and vanity, about love and its power to raise us from death to life. It's our own adaptation of an ancient fairy tale. I was raised on the original Grimm's fairy tales, so I'm
How do you think they're literally just going to be completely faithful about it and, like, learn from last time and just do a completely faithful to the story thing and just try to see if they can have their like, if they're smart, what they'll do is they will literally just make, like, try their best to just make good movies. If they're smart. Just do their best to try to be an indie studio, essentially, that pops off. Like A24 or whatever, where they were like an indie studio that's now making like AAA budget movies or whatever. Like, if they were smart, that's the way they'd go about it, because that could potentially result in some really bad outcomes for the left. If they manage to create an unironically successful mainstream media, like, company, essentially, that had very subtle conservative hints to it and was run by conservatives, that's something the left wouldn't be able to contend with.
Thrilled that we're bringing this iconic story to life for the next generation.
If there's any actual conservative arguments to parse and argue against in the propaganda, then the left can contend with it. If it's just famous, popular, successful conservatives farming money off of something that's relatively apolitical and broadly appealing and using that money to support conservative causes, the left can't really argue against that. For example, Scott Cawthon, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, has donated tens of thousands of dollars to Donald Trump's presidential campaign, as well as several other conservative campaigns, as they were pushing to ban gay rights. And in some cases, politicians that were actively pushing to ban gay marriage. Despite that, despite it being known that the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's funnels the funds from the franchise into conservative causes and politicians actively fighting to take away LGBT rights, most Five Nights at Freddy's fans defend this and will attack you if you criticize this, because they say it should be seen as completely separate. And you shouldn't be able to criticize him for his politics, is what they say. So if there is no actual political messaging in the media itself that can be parsed, then people will defend even the funds going to politicians that are fighting against gay rights. Look at Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A does it perfectly. Chick-fil-A is uncancelable. Chick-fil-A literally funds gay conversion therapy, gay conversion therapy torture. And yet Gen Z still eats the fuck out of Chick-fil-A. I know gay people and trans people who eat the fuck out of Chick-fil-A because their service is immaculate. Their food is immaculate. Everything about what the customer experiences from Chick-fil-A is immaculate. The money just goes to anti-gay causes. I didn't even know you eat Chick-fil-A, Cherry. I was thinking of other gays. Chick-fil-A has figured out hurting gay people with mainstream support. You don't make anything about your branding conservative. You just make sure the money goes to conservative causes. That's the most successful way for these people to do it. I'm kind of giving the game away here, but I mean, it's not really a secret, and it's not like these people watch my content and are actually going to be able to act on this. But yeah.
Said Cooper. Snow White is such a beautiful character, and I'm honored to be playing her. Like all the best fairy tales, this is a story with timeless values, like love, friendship, and kindness, and I can't wait to share them. Actress turned conservative commentator and YouTuber Cooper Heathers is all.
They're all failed actors. I didn't even know. I didn't know she was too. They're all failed actors. Can we get the clip? Can someone link me the clip of Michael Knowles' old failed acting career? I think Matt Walsh at least had a history in radio and was doing the diaper fights. They're all failed actors and degenerate, disgraced ex radio guys, and Ben Shapiro's the only one who's had a somewhat square past of the group of them. They're all just degenerate grifters who stumbled into success.
Also starring in the company's fantasy series, The Pendragon Cycle. Boring took a swipe today at Disney's upcoming Snow White movie starring Rachel Zegler. Without providing specific evidence, Boring claimed the House of Mouse's film will...
Oh, sorry, you're right. Ben was a failed writer. True, they all had different careers outside of political punditry in the conservative sphere. This was their backup. This is what they fell into. That's crazy. Yeah, they're literally all so evidently grifters that just found what made them money. Owen Benjamin is another example. Failed comedian. Dave Rubin too. Yep. Yeah, actually really good point, Swegta.
Will expose children to the popular but destructive lies of the current moment. While Disney still uses Walt's name, they have all but abandoned his legacy, he claimed. It's taken 100 years to build Disney. We know we aren't what they are today.
Wasn't Walt Disney pretty racist? And anti-Semitic? Yeah, good.
but we hope in time we might become what they were once upon a time. A little studio with big ideas and the
They want
courage
to
to
become
chase
the next
them.
Disney.
The Daily Wire says Bentkey will be available at launch with 150 episodes of 18 shows, including 4 Bentkey originals. New episodes are due to arrive every Saturday morning.
Oh boy. Are you ready to see this horrific trailer, guys? I have not seen this yet. Not that I've had any temptation to watch it prior to seeing it for the first time on stream. Oh, good God. Are you ready for the Daily Wire's next mainstream media failure? It's about a minute long. I'm ready for the cringe. We're gonna hear Brett Cooper sing. All right, take a deep breath. Let's go.
Once upon a time.
Chat. Just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait for the chat to do its thing. I'm surprised at how few of you are spamming about feet. I'm proud of you, chat. I've actually excised a lot of the foot fetishists, it seems. That makes me pretty happy. Yeah, you can hear the auto-tune. I didn't even pick up on that until a second ago. Yeah, listen to auto-tune, dude.
Once upon a time.
I could hear like the switching between like the
Time a prince would come. Once upon a time, but now
These are actually decent nature shots, at least.
that time is gone.
Okay, as good as the nature shots are, the cinematography's garbage. Compared to like tons of other media I've seen, the cinematography is garbage. This is a terrible shot. This is a good shot. This isn't bad. This is actually a pretty good shot to capture. It's a squirrel drinking, nothing like too crazy. But the elk, or these deer, they could be, I think they're elk. The elk, on the other hand, like, there's an elk right here. Like, you get such a better shot. There's like, it's looking at the camera, this one's also looking at the camera because they see you, and this is how deer and elk react when they see you. So like the animals notice the camera, which kind of like takes you out of it once you notice that they're literally looking at the camera and the cameraman who's recording them. There's a branch in the way of this one. Like, if you shift a little bit and turn the camera to the right, you get a view of all the deer, and you get a view of the sun coming in through the trees. So, like, they have high-quality equipment and the ability to find good locations and good nature shots, but none of the skill or heart that goes into a traditional production that would make it feel right, you know? It just doesn't feel right. Is Ben going to be one of the dwarves? Thank you. Very good.
But now that time is gone.
Has her face been altered with AI? Why does it look weird? Why does it look like her face doesn't... It's like morphing in a weird way with her movement. Is that just the Twitter video, or is that just me? Did they, like, touch up her face with AI? Maybe not. Maybe it's just her face moving. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's because it's slowed down. Maybe it's slow-mo, and that's why. No, it's not slow-mo. No, there's fuckery happening, dog. There's fuckery. That's fuckery. That's gotta be fuckery. Pixels don't do that for no reason. There's fuckery! Hypers in chat if you also smell fuckery. Wow. And this is their children's media company. Isn't it crazy how, like, conservative media people, pretty much all the Daily Wire people were like, they're trying to brainwash your kids. They made a political right-wing media outlet to brainwash kids. Because apparently brainwashing kids with politics is bad, but not when they do it. The truth is, everybody thinks that younger generations should fall in line with, like, what they believe is best. And, like, that's just kind of how it's always been. And they try to take that as, like, a bad thing when everybody typically thinks that way. If they have what they believe are good positions, they think that younger generations should hopefully think close to the same way, at least. Ugh, what a cringe fest. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I've got one left, which is going to finish us off with 8 segments today. Hot damn, that's 8 whole videos for YouTube. Damn productive stream. Thank you all so much for being here. Consider hitting that like button.
Continue.
No, the spoilers, YouTube. Okay. All right. Rini Uwu, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. So kind of you. Thank you so much. Says, first timer, I just want to say that when I heard your Japanese pronunciation on stream, I just giggled. Thank you for that moment. I'm very sorry. I'm not good at pronouncing pretty much anything that's not in English. A little bit of Spanish though. I'm pretty okay with when it comes to Spanish. But thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. And hopefully you enjoy your time here. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Yo, check DMs. Gah. Okay, that's a great video. Thank you, Beth. That made me happy. That was needed. Thank you. That was very good. I miss having a cat, but also I don't miss having a cat, but also I miss having a cat, but also I really don't miss having a cat. Just how it is, you know? Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. I honestly didn't think I was going to end up covering this anymore, but apparently there has been further developments to this story. And on top of that, I feel a little bit motivated to respond to a litany of comments I got on my most recent video talking about this that genuinely nearly spurned me into a massive banning spree of people from commenting on the channel. It was in regards to the statement that doxing isn't illegal. And people were just like, Zan, you fucking idiot. Doxing is illegal in California. Here's the exact penal code entry for it. It is totally illegal and you will go to prison if you dox someone. Zan, you fucking idiot. And the reason why those comments in particular, especially the more insulting ones on the issue, correcting in quotes, pissed me off so much is that I myself have been a victim of Nazis and kiwi farms and whatnot harassing me for years, including doxing, including my parents and family members getting doxed as well, addresses and what have you. So if there was any legal recourse to take, I would know about it. There's no, like, my friends have been the victims of the same behavior. You can't take legal recourse against internet people just posting your address online and leaving it at that. Even if they go to your house and take a picture, if it's just for like a meme internet post, very, very unlikely you can take any legal action against it. Trust me, I know a lot of people who've gone through worse than even I have, and there's just not much you can do. Keffels had to move countries and then move again once moving countries in order to avoid this shit, because there's literally nothing the police can do. The vast majority of the time. There's a notorious situation with a streamer named Sweet Anita who has been stalked across numerous countries, including America, and the police have done nothing. The guy literally moves into the house next door or across the street from her every time she moves after finding her new address. There's not really anything that can be done unless a crime has already been committed. And at that point, it's already too late. You want to be able to prevent the doxing. You want to be able to even react to the doxing alone and take down the information. But there's nothing you can actually do to take it down. There's nothing you can actually do to legally pursue the person who posted it unless they've already acted on the information and hurt somebody or broken into your house or done something that's already a crime, in which case the doxing absolutely is illegal and that it was done in hand with like an actual actionable serious crime. But if you just had somebody on the internet post your address or even your house on the internet, I promise you, at least in America and many other countries like Canada and the UK, there's nothing you can do about it. You can go to the police station, you can file a police report, nothing will come of it, I assure you. You can try to file a civil suit. Anybody can sue anybody for anything if you have their private their info for it. But that's not like legal action in the same way as criminal charges being levied through the police. So the fact that so many people so angrily and cruelly and meanly sought to correct me on it with insults and stuff, saying, I thought better of you, Zan, shit like that, is like, really? You're talking to me. So, like, you like, none of you know what it's like to get doxxed. So that made me a little upset. So I felt like I ought to do this segment to respond to those people, while also getting us all caught up on the new news on the Sniper Wolf situation. Obviously, yes, I've been referring to the new video I did on the Sniper Wolf situation, her doxing Jax Films. I do think doxing should be a crime. That goes without saying, but it is not. Jax Films likely cannot go to the police and have the police do anything about what Sniper Wolf did. However, he could probably press civil charges. He could press civil charges for anything. Whether or not it'll get thrown out in court or stand or anything will come of it is a whole other question, but you can sue anyone for anything.
Continuing on from my last video talking about Sniper Wolf doxing Jax Films on Instagram, it gets even worse when Tom the TV tweets out, Jax Films lawyers are gonna have a field day in court thanks to these responses from Sniper Wolf and her sister, showing that on Sniper Wolf's Instagram, she posted a picture of herself and said, we show up to your house, what do you do? Making light of her going to Jax Films' house to post it on Instagram, and
like, sadly, even this isn't actionable by police. It's just not. Oh yeah, apparently the Belle Delphine clone that I pointed out in the comments of like defending Sniper Wolf in the last video I did on Sniper Wolf is her sister. And I also brought this up before because I wonder if Sniper Wolf's sister also does this. They both seem like pretty shameless pieces of shit, so I wouldn't be surprised. Belle Delphine got caught using face filters definitively to make herself look underage in her porno shit and her lewd posts or whatever. So Belle Delphine, not only was she like doing shit that was like really sussy when she was underage, I'm pretty certain that's the case, by the way, but she literally started using a filter to make herself look underage once she got older looking. I wonder if the Belle Delphine clones do the same thing. I'm inclined to think they probably do.
And then they show a picture of Sniper Wolf's sister responding to a critic on Twitter by saying, suck my nuts. Zach James responds to this by saying, the only reason Sniper Wolf is responding via Instagram stories is to avoid her fans publicly turning on her via Twitter and seeing the full context. She's trying so hard to pull a PR move that's clearly backfiring. Sniper Wolf's sister also
So when I hear, like, time and time again from YouTube comments and even my own fans talking about it, apparently it's not uncommon. I hear from people to have, like, a niece who's, like, you know, younger, or, like, a little sister who's younger, or even a daughter who's younger, who just watches Sniper Wolf videos all day. Because, like, if you're a little girl who's looking for, like, girl content creators who are popular and successful, YouTube is going to funnel Sniper Wolf at you like nothing else. She is YouTube's go-to successful female feminist success story. And it's putrid that Sniper Wolf is to YouTube the face of female success in the platform.
Reacted to Jack's films himself by saying, "Damn, does he not know how to fight or something?" Star ratios her by saying, "Not you defending doxing, that's just sad." The sister responds, "She didn't dox anyone, dumbass. Google Jack's film's address, lol, anyone can see it." Danka's Donger's response to her by saying, "Nah."
So, doxing by definition is the finding and publishing of private information of a person, right? Or of a thing. It doesn't even have to be a person you're doxing, but if someone's already been doxed and you share the info, that's not doxing, it's just sharing someone's dox, which is equally as insidious as doxing itself, just with less effort and arguably the person doing it less talent, because all you have to do that is just Google someone's docs and post it around with the obvious intent of encouraging somebody to do something bad, or at the very least, you know, trying to, you know, intimidate them. But at least someone who has to find the doxed info needs some level of, like, skill, you know? Like, whoever found my address and stuff had to, like, dig around databases and shit to find, like, my voter ID. That requires so much skill than just somebody Googling that already found info. So, like, it's arguably just more pathetic.
Ah, for real, I would have shot her. The sister responds, "Bro said he would shoot a 5'4", 100-pound girl. Laughing my ass off, you're tough as fuck, huh?" Voniri responds,
Last I checked, nah, these don't have any, like, any gender symbol on them, guys. There's no gender symbol on these things. Like, no matter how... these are gender neutral. They guns and bullets are gender neutral. If you're trespassing on someone's property in America, they've got the right to do what they've got the right to do. I think even in California.
"Yeah, dude, don't trespass." The sister replies, "Didn't know driving by a person's house is trespassing." Mandy responds by saying, "So it's okay if you or her locations get doxed then?" The sister responds, "Someone literally doxed me and texted me from multiple different numbers for weeks telling me to kill myself multiple times a day. LOL, we both have been doxed, but nobody is crying."
Having a crime okay, in no universe, morally, or if we're trying to bring it to the, like, criminal court thing, being a victim of something does not make your doing of the thing not bad or exonerate you of said thing. Look at Sniper Wolf's sister getting ratioed to fuck in the comments, though, too. Wow. You can tell by her profile picture that, like, she probably does sex work, and Twitter's probably one of the main sources of like, promoting. To get ratioed this hard as a Twitter sex worker who's, like, verified and whose sister is Sniper Wolf, like, the fact that her army of simps that naturally every sex worker on Twitter has a simp army. It's not, you know, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just how it is. The fact that her simp army is not here to defend her is rough. Just check the profile and yep. Yeah, I mean, obviously.
X responds by saying, "The classic, they were telling me to kill myself for weeks, but didn't manage to screenshot or post anything about it at the time." The sister responds, "Because I'm not a crybaby cunt that screenshots every interaction with any human ever." Vendi—
Dude, there is a dichotomy on Twitter where the, like, sex worker e-girls are either the nicest people you will ever meet in your entire life, or the worst people you will meet in your entire life. There's no in-between, but if you know one of the good ones, they'll tell you who not to trust and who's bad. It's just how it is. Are there any sex workers in chat in that sphere that can confirm? Either the nicest, best people you'll ever meet, or the worst, most manipulative, toxic, abusive people you'll ever meet. And the latter will tell you who to avoid. You guys in chat, if you have the experience to confirm or deny, can confirm or deny.
Mortis responds, well, you're definitely one of those two things. Zero Katamata responds, what the heck is going on? To which Sniper Wolf's sister responds, 38-year-old man huffing and puffing on some copium because his prolonged shit-talking finally caught up to him, right?
That's an interesting way to frame the entire internet dunking on Sniper Wolf for doxing Jack's films. That's a very interesting way to phrase that.
Riley tweets at Sniper Wolf's sister and says, you and your sister are cowards. She responds, how am I the coward when Jack is afraid of a 110-pound girl? Riley responds, you deleted your reply to Sully calling you out. As you would say, suck my nuts. She responds, maybe I would if you could draw better. Sniper Wolf's sister then tweets out,
Jesus.
damn, whatever happened to just driving by someone's house? And then this tweet got community noted, with the community note saying, it wasn't just driving by someone's house. It was posting a video of their home to millions of Sniper Wolf's followers in clear anger over Jack's film's criticism of her content. It is still doxing, which is against YouTube and Instagram TOS. Now,
that is true. Hey, guess what? It may not be illegal, what Sniper Wolf did. Well, it may be illegal on paper, but not actionably illegal, as in you could get anything done about it in any realistic scenario. Even outright stalking to the extent of having evidence someone is physically following you is hard to get followed up on until something has been done to you or your property to hurt you or your property and you've got evidence it was them. Like, there's a big difference between this is a crime on paper and I can go to the police, show them what I've got, and they will do something about it. Once again, I'm not saying it's not illegal on paper. I'm saying it's not legally actionable outside of any type of civil suit Jack could try to file, which he could do regardless of the legality. So, yeah, like I said, I forgot what I was saying, though. I'm sure it was, I think I finished my point. I don't remember what I was responding to. We'd be like that.
now Sniper Wolf's sister is encouraging fans to look up Jack Film's address, in addition to confirming they were 100% there to harm him. At YouTube, at Team YouTube, at YouTube creators, you are cultivating a platform of hate, harassment, and violence every second you don't take.
Oh, I remember what I was saying. May not be against the law, actionably, but it's very much against the platform's TOS that all of them function on. So Sniper Wolf should basically be getting glassed off YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, all of that stuff, if any of them cared about applying TOS. But we all know Twitter doesn't. We know that YouTube has this bizarre, like, girl boss feminist defense league for Sniper Wolf, I guess, when it comes to copyright. And Twitch just doesn't give a fuck about copyright stuff. They never will until, like, massive legal action's taken. And hopefully it never is taken, because it'll hurt everybody and it'll be an overreaching policy change that'll suck for everyone.
Take action. He then shows 2 screenshots of Sniper Wolf's sister commenting on the situation. Sully then continues his thread by saying, in addition to reaching out to YouTube, be sure to report Woofy for this behavior. Based on her actions, it is clear she is headed down a dangerous.
Nah, man, YouTube has shown that they've changed their rules to protect Sniper Wolf as a content creator. Yep, there's evidence of that. That YouTube has literally changed their rules specifically to accommodate Sniper Wolf. She is a massive brand. She is very important for YouTube's branding. They need her to be a big, front-facing, successful woman on YouTube. It's just unfortunate that, like, one of the biggest, most successful women on YouTube is a piece of shit grifter who's making the platform worse. It sucks, but she's not a good role model.
Dangerous path, and will no doubt cause
girl bossing is not feminism.
Serious issues going forward. Brando VA responds to Sully by saying, damn, they are a literal crime family at this point. Scully Dully responds, oh, so she confirmed that her sister didn't just go to the house to talk with him? She literally wanted to fight? Sniper Wolf's sister then quote tweets Sully and says, "Suck my nuts," and then deleted it 5 minutes later, but Sully got a screenshot and responded to it on his Twitter by saying, "Very cool, quickly deleted response from Sniper Wolf's sister to me, calling out her encouraging people to look up Jack's identifying information. Real mature." She then responds, "Can you at me? I need followers." Sully responds,
Yeah,
"Since you and
look
your
at
sister
those
are keen
likes
on
and
talking
the
things out like
replies.
adults, would you mind
Get
jumping on a
ratio.
Discord call so we could talk about the situation?" She then responds, "I'm streaming soon, so we can get your input then." Nutcasadilla responds by saying, "You and your sister gonna dox him next?" She responds, "I'm so dangerous, meow 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 meow."
Dude, I've said it time and time again, this is like the fucking incel fuel that conservatives take advantage of, that lefties will get really iffy when you talk about it, but you just gotta be... Listen, humans are generally good, I think, but there are some people out there that are just down to the bone awful people. Don't know why, but they just are. Not going to claim I know why, but I've met many of them, and I'm sure you've met any of them. And this fact does not distinguish by gender. It simply doesn't. There are some awful, toxic, manipulative, abusive, narcissistic, self-centered women out there just like there are men, okay? When these people are men, though, we tend to quickly recognize it in the form of manifesting as anger and yelling and rudeness, bossiness, quick to violence, you know, these kind of things, right? Like, we recognize, like, abusive, shitty behavior in guys in those forms very quickly. But when you talk about these traits in women, it's oftentimes attributed as, like, sexist to even refer to it or call it out. But women who are like that tend to show it in different ways. A good example here is the going from being on the attack to playing the cute, innocent, harmless woman. Generally utilizing, like, just like abusive men utilize their masculinity to leverage power, abusive women will leverage their femininity to get power in a situation. So going from being on the attack to immediately on the defensive and literally saying meow, 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 meow to try to play the cute, soft, tiny victim. It's just a strategy that abusive women, like, specifically tend to employ.
Yeah, Jake Lucky reported the Sniper Wolf story on his Twitter, but said that the doxing was alleged, which caused a couple people to clown on him, like the Quinny who says, "Bro saying allegedly as if there wasn't any proof." Rara says, "Nothing alleged about it. She did it, officer."
Well, it's to protect from legal shit, because, you know, like, she has so much fuck you money, she could just sue any Twitter poster she wanted, and it would just be a waste of time and money for them to have to defend in court, so the allegedly is just protection.
Dexdero did something similar when in their report of the situation they said Sniper Wolf was accused of doxing, which caused people like Nicholas DiOrio, for example, to respond, "Accused?"
Yes, legal protection. These are larger organizations that have a lot of liability. This is just part of how they have to do things. You understand that you're the suspect even if they have you on video murdering someone. You are still, and they, like, have you in jail, you are still called the suspect until you have been found guilty by a jury of your peers. So, yes. They don't want to get sued for accusing her of something defamatory when she's already proven that she's litigious too. She's literally threatened to sue Jack's Films for saying that she doxed him.
Aiden says, "Accused? The picture was deadass just a picture of his house, laughing my ass off." Dystanak says, "Accused? You can literally see the Instagram story of her posting a picture of his house." Asuna responds, "Accused? What do you mean accused? You have a screenshot of her doing it!" Stabath says, "So you were telling me there's a chance her content will finally disappear and stop melting my 6-year-old niece's brain?" Rick
Like I said, a lot of young girls that get on YouTube, and the first female YouTuber they ever watch that YouTube directly funnels to them as a role model is Sniper Wolf.
Responds to Dexdero by saying, "Are we surprised?" Showing a screenshot of a video Sniper Wolf made 8 years ago titled, I'm a stalker. Opera GX then parodies the situation when they say, SS Sniper Wolf inspired my latest story, showing a picture of their Instagram story that has a poll with the question, should I go visit Edge offices? They are 5 minutes away from my shoot. Yes or no? Hashtag docs. Rico responds by saying, bro asks her out. You guys can create a new YouTube channel where you play games, and she will react.
Okay. I'm less interested in, like, the people tweet responses and all of that. I want to see more, like, what the reaction from larger YouTubers is and what their responses, the people like Sniper Wolf and her sister are up to. We got a clip here. Oh my god, I recognize these people. Holy shit. There's Krassragon. There's Jax Films. And I think this is some black guy. And this is Chris Ray Gun's roommate. I don't remember his name. But this is Chris Ray Gun's roommate. I remember him from a lot of Chris Ray Gun videos. He's funny. He was always in like the little like cutaway gags. It's kind of funny that Chris Ray Gun did like not Family Guy style, but basically the format. Astute observation, Zan. You guys have to give Chris Ray Gun shit for doing Family Guy style cutaways. I love Chris's roommate. Yeah, no, they're like they had a really good chemistry, especially on their stream. Tom Sweeney, thank you. Yep, thank you. That's his name. Their chemistry on streams was funny. They used to do gaming streams. I don't know if they still do, but I know that when I watched Chris Ray Gun's content a lot, like when I was in my Chetty phase and he was doing anti-SJW stuff, I would. I didn't know these four were like cool like that. Holy shit! This is just an unexpected gathering of people. Yeah, we like
Has
Derek.
Snipey sent any response to you? Also, hello, Jack. I love you, and you too, Snark Boys.
Snipey.
He's obviously talking. Snipey. I don't like that nickname for Sniper Wolf. I don't. I don't. That's not a fun one. But I'm really. I saw that she only. So I didn't follow all of it because I kind of wanted to keep it. Because I knew we were gonna have you on, and I kind of wanted to like have you kind of regale in some way.
Sure.
But like I don't know. Like I know she addressed you sort of. I think, right?
Yeah.
Has she directly like mentioned what's happening?
She's only like peripherally mentioned it. Like she hasn't like talked to me about it.
Wait, I just realized that the fact that I said and had to think for a second to remember his name before I said some black guy, which is his YouTube channel name, makes it sound like I couldn't think of his name, so I called him some black guy and moved on. And there are people out there that just don't know the internet space enough to know what I meant and will think I'm racist for that and call me out in the comments. There are going to be people who hear that, respond that way, and have already paused the video, commented and left, and didn't even hear the explanation and just think I'm racist from that. Some percentage will come out of it with that reaction. The online left really do be like that sometimes.
Or threatened me or anything yet. She's just made like a couple of jabs, light jabs in her videos recently.
Right.
Like she'll, show like a picture of a cockroach or something, and she's like, "Oh, it's like that guy who's stealing all my stuff," and it's like, "Fuck you!" Like, all you do. I've said it a million times,
course,
but the irony is not lost on me. I'll say that.
Right.
But that's really it.
Man, that's so crazy.
Would you box her?
Yeah,
wait, go ahead. Go ahead. No.
Would I box her?
Would you box Sniper Wolf?
I would love to see a YouTuber boxing match where a guy boxes a girl. I would love to see just the most unfair fight where Jax Films just beats up Sniper Wolf. That would be based. I genuinely think equal rights, equal lefts when it comes to combat sports. For like a beef. Yeah, I think it'd be fair if they agreed to mutual Vosh and Shoe on head. Good God, no, that'd be an actual murder. No, but like Jax Films versus Sniper Wolf would be so unfair, but just so funny. Jack just needs to drop some weight. I don't know. Sniper Wolf has like like what, like 5 or 6 pounds of like boob implant adding on to her weight, and probably butt implant too. Like that's got to count for something, right? Like silicone. Does she have any like recent? I'm not even saying this mean. I'm like, I'm pretty certain that she's got like implants. I like the comments. Here's her doing some cultural appropriation of nerd culture. Guarantee she hasn't seen Attack on Titan. She's definitely not smart enough to understand it. And by like not smart enough to understand it, I don't even think she's like stupid enough. Or I don't even think she's smart enough to arrive at the stupid like position that Attack on Titan is fascist. It is not, by the way. If you think that, then you didn't get it. You missed very obvious storytelling cues, such as a black character looking at the camera while upbeat music plays, explaining why racism is bad and diversity is good, and all of the main characters like agreeing and being like, "Oh yeah, that's based." I genuinely don't understand how people think Attack on Titan is fascist. I don't know how, but I digress. Yeah, no, I don't know. She's got like enough weight on her, I think, that, you know, her and Jack's Films could probably scrap. I think that Jack's Films probably needs to gain some weight for it to be equal in terms of the weight. Obviously, like, he'd probably still win just because longer arms and legs and stuff. And all that testosterone pumping through his bod. How many Xander Halls does it take to Vosh? 0.5. I'm twice as powerful as him.
Oh my!
I've won every debate I've ever had with Vosh. I don't know if you guys have like seen that, but Google Vosh Xanderhall debate and watch. I've won every one. So.
Oh wow, no, because I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm a
I feel like she can
pacifist.
punch
What a
too,
boring
man.
answer, right?
I feel like she's a puncher, dude. Like, I feel like she'll throw a haymaker, and you'll be like, "Whoa! If that would have hit me, I would have been gone. I would have faded to black." She's just like a puncher, dude. Just saying.
Yeah, she's actually 8 feet tall, 400 pounds of pure muscle. And it's,
there's no
just
way to
her
know.
face. Yeah, there's just her face in those reaction videos.
One of the hosts of Snark Tank, who was in the upper right-hand corner during that clip, quote tweets that clip and says, "We just had Jack's Films on the podcast, and we barely mentioned Sniper Wolf, since it seemed like the beef died down, only for it to reach psychotic levels. YouTube definitely gotta do something about her insane behavior." Todd Me says, "Reminder, SS Sniper Wolf ghosted a child cancer patient who was a fan of her, and decided to go to restaurant on the day she was supposed to meet the kid. She's just an awful person on top of making awful content." Moth responds, "She's also transphobic and has a history of putting down women for certain things, then do said things. This woman, I swear to God." Rue says, "I don't even think she was..."
He avoided saying some black guy's name. He did, yeah. You know, monetization and all that stuff, you know. Monetization. Would you meet a dying fan if it was their dying wish to see you? Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I'd be there. Yeah. I'd visit them. I'd do one of those, like, Make-A-Wish type things. If they want me to be there as they die, I'd be there for them. Like, that seems like completely, like, a reasonable thing to do. Like, when if they're literally dying, and it's, like, the end for them, and they want to see me in their last, like, days, months, weeks, or moments? Absolutely. But you don't have to die or get a terminal illness to meet me, by the way. It's more so a matter of, will I have the money, resources, and time to do it? I mean, I'd do what I could, and if I couldn't, I'd feel guilty about it for the rest of my life for sure, but I worry about getting to be, like, way larger and that actually being a thing. But to be fair, like, I have a feeling most of my fans wouldn't want to, like, see me as, like, their dying wish. I think they'd probably choose something else. Zan, would you cry? It takes a lot to make me cry. If, like, you have your dog there and your dog is, like, sad about it, then that might make me cry. Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. Like, the only thing sadder than an animal dying is an animal being sad about a human dying. That's the tier above. It goes animal dying, pretty fucking sad. That's up there. Human dying, but the animal is, like, sad about it. That's about as sad as it gets. But the only thing above that is animal dying and another animal is sad about it. Fuck, dude. That they might be tied. They might be tied. I don't know which is sadder. This is a bizarre stun lock. But you know what is sadder than all these things? You know what's sadder than all these things? The fact that YouTube will probably never do anything about Sniper Wolf. Because she's their, like, Yas Queen girl boss feminist icon. Wasn't she in, like, one of the YouTube rewinds? Which one was it? The last one was 4 years ago, the 2018 one. I'm pretty sure she was in this one. No. I'll let it play. I'll let it play. Just this bit. I'll let it happen.
Yeah, it's rewind time. Yeah, if I control rewind, I would want Fortnite and Marquez Brownlee.
Dog, 2018 was a different time. Oh my god, they put him in Fortnite gear. No. No. Oh. Oh, do you think do you think he sits in bed at night with his Google glasses and his, like, robotic implants and, like, tries to erase this entire experience from his own memory? Oh no. The king of tech.
Is this what you wanted?
You know who I would ask?
Quit horsing around!
Oh. Oh, man, what a time it was, dude. Dude, this is 2018, dude.
Quit horsing around!
Play me some of that jumping music.
Okay, you said jumping music?
Jumping music.
I like how only a few of these people, like, are still recognizable.
Todo el mundo, fuera!
This was the Fortnite Ninja Tyler Blevins year, guys. That's why they're doing this. Insane. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the Sniper Wolf bit. I'm pretty sure it's in here. Oh, there's another meme here. Another meme. Another meme.
So guys, apparently we control Rewind this year. Y'all, we can do whatever we want.
Where's the line?
What do we do?
I don't think it's here. I don't think it's here. Damn it. Oh, hi, Swoozy. We're looking for Sniper Wolf. Back when YouTube gave a fuck-ish about animation channels, by the way. And Swoozy's like half an animation channel, half not an animation channel, so he's kind of like in there. Here it is! Here it is! Oh! Oh!
Esse ano, elas ganharam poder.
Can we give a moment to working moms? Ganbarimashou.
E a todo mundo que ensinou
Where is
ou
it?
que aprendeu alguma coisa nesse ano.
لكل اللاجئين لكل شخص عم بيبحث عن وطن.
Todos nosotros deberíamos enviarle un saludo a los niños que siguen sus sueños.
Yo quiero agradecer a toda la comunidad que siempre apoya en buenas y malas.
Kita adalah keluarga.
Kita adalah tim.
Okay, I thought the meme was here at the campfire bit. Oh no, Elon Musk car! Oh, it's the Elon Musk car in space. Oh, 2018, boys. Fortnite, Ninja Tyler Blevins, Mr. Beast, Elon Musk space car year. God, it was just such a time to be alive, dude. This was 1 year before I started doing politics, too. Actually, this came out around the time I started doing politics. Wait, I think that's Sniper Wolf. Yeah, I think that was her. Is that her? I think that might be... No, I don't think that's her. Maybe she's not in this one. I can't tell. Maybe it's... She's in one of these horrific rewind videos. Which... Does anyone have a link to the exact one? Let me check. Sniper Wolf in YouTube Rewind. She's in the 2017 one. Oh, yep, yeah. Her video comes up saying I'm in YouTube Rewind 2017. Yeah. The second to last one they ever did. Oh God, what a nostalgia. 2017 was a good year. This is a nostalgia trip. I liked 2017. It was the year that I got out of my chud phase. So there's some pretty nostalgic memories I have for that. And how bizarre of a feeling it was to have my entire chuddy worldview shattered. An interesting time. Where's the timestamp? Yeah, they don't do these anymore. These were so overwhelmingly unpopular because the YouTubers they chose to feature are a handful of popular, well-liked YouTubers, and then a bunch of people no one's ever heard of. Which, unironically would usually be for, diversity reasons, but it's but I guess I like that, but you're also giving a lot to, a very obvious, very obvious message there for the right to be able to make fun of, especially during those times. It was kind of frustrating, especially in the 2018 one, when there were right-wingers making, who's heard of these YouTubers that aren't even speaking English in the YouTube Rewind? And it's well, I guess it makes sense because, YouTube Rewind's all of YouTube, but, most of it's the English-speaking world. I get it, but, everybody should be represented. But at the same time, there are bigger YouTubers in that sphere that even I know of, so it's yeah, it does seem a little bit virtue signal-y, but who cares? I don't know. These YouTube Rewinds had a lot of people that didn't like them for a lot of reasons. They showcased a lot of awful creators, too, like the Paul brothers, who already at this point were scamming people and doing just some of the worst, most shameless practices on YouTube. Yeah. A take? I'm not saying that it was bad. I'm saying that it was bad that people were attacking it. Yeah, at this point, I think he filmed the dead guy at the start of the next year. I think months after this came out, he posted the video of the dead guy in the Japanese suicide forest. I remember every year when YouTube Rewind happened, it was just this big bolstering to all the right-wing political demagogues who made videos shitting on it. And all these normies that had, watched the YouTube Rewind would stumble into insert chud YouTuber talking about how YouTube Rewind is SJW garbage that doesn't really represent YouTube.
If they really represented YouTube, they'd have Filthy Frank in there. They'd have PewDiePie in there.
It's God. Where's Sniper Wolf in this thing? How have I not gotten a timestamp yet? I'm pretty certain I've already skipped over her. Oh yeah, and the inclusion of talk show hosts from TV was also a big thing the right took advantage of by saying, this is the woke corporate takeover of YouTube. There's just a lot of, very soulless feeling corporate, things that came out of YouTube Rewind that made it very cringe-worthy and negatively memeable for the right. Balthazar has the link. Nice. Okay, this is the bit. Oh yeah, there she is. Oh, this trend. Oh, I hated that trend. Anyway. Yeah, she's only in it for a second, but yeah, she's had YouTube's approval for quite some time now. And she literally, back in 2011, was doing videos where she was going on a Omegle, finding minors, and then saying, "I'll show you my tits if you twerk for the camera," recording it, not editing it, like, editing anything by any means, and showing very borderline shit in videos. That's what's currently, like, the biggest problematic thing she's getting shit for right now, besides even the doxing and the stalking. But we'll see how this all ends. Whoa! That was a good segment. I feel like it came out real good. And a good stream, too. About to wrap things up and order myself a burger and fries to reward myself. Not as long of a stream as usual, but very well condensed with content. And I'd say the content itself was good. I think today I did a good-ass stream. Circa111, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Says, here's another 3 months. 3 months? That's $12 right there. Thank you. -5. +12. Thank you. Said, have you ever heard of the Urban Rescue Ranch? Oh, yes. I watch him quite regularly. He is a... For quite some time now. That's what I imagine whenever you talk about doing quail content. It'll be a little bit like that, but just imagine like a daily vlog where it's me, like, I've woken up, I'm going out to, like, do whatever needs to be done for the quail, whether it be changing out their food, changing out their sand for their dust bathing, changing out their, cleaning out their cage and their litter, essentially, so that it's not all dirty and damp and moldy. And as I do that, it'd be like, you know, GoPro strapped to my head. I'll just be talking about whatever is relevant and going on in the world and in the news when I look at the news, you know, headlines and whatever's going on in the morning on Blue Sky or Twitter. And I'll just do a little rant about it while doing the daily quail chores, because there are always daily quail chores, including collecting the eggs every single day. There'll be at least 8 eggs, because I'll have at least 8 quail, well, at most 8 quail. But I'm going to have at least 8 quail, too, because they're pretty social. And so the more you can have, the better for their own mental health. But I can only have 8 as the limit in the, like, Seattle limits. You can only have 8 quail within the city. So, yeah. And if I end up finding a place that's not exactly in Seattle, then I can have more. Or maybe less. We'll see. But I'll have to harvest the eggs every morning, too. So it'll be a whole thing, right? I'll be just turning on the camera and recording it, and it'll be really fun. Here, as a matter of fact, let's see if I can find a good little cooldown video to watch that shows what that'll be like. Collecting quail eggs. This will give you an idea of what it's like. Oh, this isn't too dissimilar to what I'm thinking of it kind of looking like, these videos.
And I thought I'd bring you along to my favorite part of the day, which is egg collecting. All these birds lay pretty close at the same time, sometime after, you know, 5-ish in the evening. So this cage has 6 eggs. There should be 6. There's 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I should get one more from them. We'll take a peek inside and see if there's any hiding that didn't roll out. Sometimes there is.
She's got this cool setup that makes it so when they lay, the eggs just roll out into a little area to pick up. You don't need that, but it makes it easier to collect and not miss any. They also, and this is the worry, this is true of chickens too. If they ever accidentally break their own eggs, which with quail eggs, it's really hard. They'd have to actively peck them with like a sharp like stab, because the way quail eggs are really hard to smash, especially as something as light as a quail, to step on them and smash them. But if they break the eggs and they eat what's inside, they'll like it, and they'll become cannibalistic towards their own eggs. So you end up having to kill any bird that you notice eating its own eggs immediately before the others find out how to do it too and start doing it as well. It's unfortunate, but you got to slaughter them. No one will accept them. You can't let them free. It's illegal. And all your quail will start eating their own eggs before you can get to them. The only way is to slaughter them. It's very rare, but you don't want to leave the eggs unattended too long, because that just increases the chances that an egg breaks, they find out they're full of yumminess, and they start eating all their own eggs, and all of a sudden you've got no eggs, you've got no reproducing population, and yeah, it's just, chickens are the same way. Chickens are the exact same way. They gain a taste for yolk, yeah. Not even joking, this isn't made up, like you can Google it right now. It can also create a broody hen with hens. IDK about quail, though. Yeah.
Alrighty. I'll have to come back in just a little while and see if there's any more. Look at how comfy these guys are.
If I get a quail that ends up eating its own eggs, I'll see what I can do about finding a home for it as a pet. For a, like maybe a fan. As much as I don't like the idea of giving like an animal away to fans, because that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen, if I can vet it well enough and it's like a local person who's just basically using my channel as a way to find, like, you know, to be a place, to be a safe place for it to be raised, then and kept, then it'll probably be okay. Vosh, I don't think Vosh wants a bird. Maybe he'd want a quail that eats its own eggs. It's very unlikely, though. I would get the quail eggs every morning, so a quail eating its own eggs would be extremely unlikely. Yeah, he has too many cats for that.
Step up and see if
he has
they've
so
got
many
any eggs
cats.
for me. I know that they do. In this cage, I should be getting 7 eggs, but not all of them are laying just yet. They're still pretty young. Let's see.
They start laying after 8 weeks old. Every single day they lay at least 1 egg, sometimes 2.
Oh,
rarely 3.
There's one.
No. Oh, there's an egg over there. One kicked one.
See one over there. Right here. There's
They are
one.
absolutely
I see
edible,
that
by
one.
the way,
Beep, beep,
the
beep.
eggs, and quite yummy.
Excuse me, birdie.
They taste exactly the same as normal eggs. There's no difference in the flavor at all, but when cooked, they are much fluffier and lighter, apparently. Just texture-wise, they just taste fluffier. They feel fluffier and lighter in your mouth, apparently, cooked in all forms. And on top of that, they are a little bit more of a pain in the ass to prepare, because you can't crack them like normal. You have to use a little special pair of scissors that just kind of cuts the top off of them, and then you just pour the yolk out. I imagine it becomes faster when you like get good at it. But yeah. Zan selling wholesale quail eggs on his merch store? No. No, I'm going to have to find out what to do with the excess quail eggs for sure.
So there's 3.
Selling them is not the worst idea, but they wouldn't net much of a profit or
You guys got any more over here?
any much money for the effort.
I love going egg hunting. It's fun. That's all you got for me for right now? Alright, I'll
Aw.
check again later. I better close this.
That's a little bit of an idea what it'll be like, but I would also be like cleaning out their cage and doing all that and talking about politics and ranting about shit as I do it. And I'd have Cherry edited up into a very enjoyable to watch experience. Use the eggs for pies this fall. Well, I don't have quail yet, Phantom Outlaw. And I won't be moving till December and beginning of January, so yeah. Have a good one, Pillow. I'm just wrapping up stream now anyway. Intern, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Says, thanks for the stream, Zan. Asmongold shit was actually funny. Excited to see you grow. You and Vosh are my favorite lefty streamers, and you deserve much more recognition. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And, I mean, I'm working hard. Let's hope that it bears fruit. I think it will. I'm hopeful for the future. Billions of subs I will have. Jade Monkey, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 as well. Said, same with humans. That's the reason they won't let me into the mat ward. I don't know what you're referencing there, but okay. Thank you. Maternity ward. Ah, yes. Okay, I think I know what you're referencing now. All right, let me update the dono go really fast so you guys can see the lovely support you guys have sent my way today. Thank you all so much for this kindness. $72 donated. So fucking base. Thank you all so much. But yeah, that's really all I have for today. Thank you all so much for your support. It really does mean a lot to me. You've all been amazing and kind and beautiful. And as always, thank you for coming. And I cannot wait to see you all in tomorrow's stream. Have a good one. Doo-doo fart.